Yes, halo karibuni. Is my hope umekuwa sawa. So I think much of the questions are being answered, and we can now know what is happening. So again, the anticipated Gachagua visit to Bondo has not happened, even though I think Professor Tom Ojienda and said that Gachagua was there. So we'll begin by that. So, but outside the political strategy, it has been said that Wamunyoro is still very hot. So KTN has exposed that in length, and they have said what is happening in Wamunyoro. So they are saying that Gachagua will be returning to politics soon, and he has been hosting people in both Wamunyoro and his current home. I didn't know that Gachagua lives in Karen. Yeah. So that is what is happening for him. So I think I will begin with that. As I look at also other things which have happened along the week. Yeah, with Gladys Wanga saying that Wamunyoro was free to go to Bondo, but he needed to, I think, distance himself from the talk. So they're saying, so what can I link up? So let me first of all put for you that link of that explanation from Citizen, so not Citizen, from KTN. I don't know where KTN wanatoanga is in news, but anyway, you're here.
You head to the party?
I heard this one's gonna be a blowout.
Finnick, Oloch, KTN.
As the country continues to grapple with the sudden and shocking death of ODM party leader Raila Odinga, the united opposition appears to be charting a new political path, one aimed at preserving their momentum. Behind the scenes, DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua, who has maintained a low public profile since Odinga's passing, has been far from idle. Sources close to his camp reveal that he has been hosting a series of high-level strategy meetings at his Karen and Wamunyoro homes, engaging grassroots leaders from key regions. As our senior political affairs reporter Chris Dairu details, the united opposition principals are expected to return to the public arena this week.
Members of the united opposition last appeared in public 2 weeks ago during a spirited campaign rally in Kitui County, just days before the untimely passing of ODM party leader Raila Odinga. And since that fateful moment, the coalition has gone quiet. Yet, amid the quiet, one voice has been notably absent, that of DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua, who has been missing from the public stage, and absent both during the national mourning period and Odinga's burial.
Anabeba pesa na magunia. Pale kwetu walikuja. Tukasema ndovu hawezi zikwa na pembe. Unang'oa pembe alafu unazika ndovu. Ndovu wazikwa asizikwe.
But KTN can now confirm that Gachagua has not been idle, and behind the closed doors at his Wamunyoro residence and current home, he has been holding a series of intense meetings with grassroots leaders. At the center of those talks is a master plan to capture the Mbeere North parliamentary seat in the upcoming by-election. Over the weekend, whispers filled social media, claiming that Gachagua will pay a condolence visit to the Odinga family in Bondo. But the visit never happened. The rumor remained just that. However, the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was attending a Sunday service at House of Grace in Nairobi, together with his spouse, Dorcas Gachagua. By Wednesday, ODM chairperson Gladys Wanga had already fired a warning shot at Gachagua, cautioning him against setting foot in Bondo, following controversial remarks made by Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga regarding Odinga's death.
To mock Raila Odinga in his death, to mock him in his life, we could respond. But to mock him in his death, any person who associates with Gachagua, with Kahiga, with that lot, can never, ever be our friend. Because the principle is the enemy, the friend of your enemy is your enemy.
And with that, the united opposition is gearing up to return to the campaign trail this week, and their renewed push will include a nationwide voter sensitization drive targeting especially the Gen Z generation, urging them to register and shape the country's political future. It will be remembered that Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka was forced to cut short his European tour, a trip meant to engage with Kenyans in the diaspora following Odinga's passing, and it remains unclear when he will resume with that mission abroad. Chris Dairo, KTN, Nairobi.
Sawa, Kipril, you can go ahead. You can react to that as I bring other videos. There is also one for Tom Ojienda, but you can react to Gachagua and this turnaround with Wanga. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say that Gachagua not showing himself in public or uttering anything to do with the late Mzee, I respect him for that. Because when Wanga and the rest are trying to goad him to say something, the man has been quiet. Don't you think that actually deserves a bit of respect from Gachagua? I don't like Gachagua, by the way, you know that. But staying mum, I feel, knowing his relationship with Raila before his passing, not trying to make it a big spectacle. Yeah? You know, you can visit Mzee at any time. There's no timeline. He can go visit Mzee in 2 months, a year. He can go see Mama Ida at any time. As for that school principal, Wanga, shame on her. Is she married to Raila? Angel Bibiake? No. Who are you to tell him not to go to Bondo? He's a Kenyan citizen, although he belongs to committee. Until he's arrested and put to jail, Gachagua has the right to go to the Bondo. And indeed, the Raila family have opened their doors. Anybody can go and visit. By the there's nobody who's been locked away from visiting him. So first of all, with the ODM fraternity politicizing the death of that old man, leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. A lot of speculations from the bloggers. I don't even know which side they belong to, whether they come from our side or whether they come from the other side. I think we just let the older man. Amanda, what do you want from him now? He's gone. It's just the same as we had from that motherfucker. Excuse my language. Unajua naongea juu ya nani? Chepukati. Once he went, Amanda, gone. It's gone. So tunaachana nayo sasa. You know what I've always been told by my late grandfather. He told me, this world is for the living. This world is for the living. We should talk about the people who are living now. We've celebrated the legacy of the old man. For those who need to mourn, give them peace. I don't see why we are thinking of bringing the Raila family or the Odinga family into government. these people are not ready, bana. Unajua sasa unasikia Winnie anafaa kuwa kwa cabinet. She, mentally, she's not ready.
Are they going to do a reshuffle so that that's also something which I've also heard from the background? Nimesikia like they also want to bring Gideon Moi to the
Yes.
cabinet as well. So like
Gideon Moi or Gideon Moi's
and na pia
close
nimesikia
allies.
they want to oust Kafogo. Uko na hiyo information? Kafogo is going.
Sasa wamtoe kwa nini hao?
I'm telling you what is happening in behind the back doors. Kafogo is going. They are
What did
bringing
he
they are bringing Gideon Moi, and I think
atakuwa mtu wa IT sasa?
Yeah, you know they have to
What does-
strategize in a way you know they think now people like Kabogo cannot help, and now they have to start giving those seats in a way in which like they can start gravitating to 2027. So they want
But how
now.
is that gonna? You see, that's a question I want to ask you. This CS seats, I've never understood it. Itasaidia aje kuleta kura? People have changed, and you know that very well.
But that is their thinking. They feel that some of these seats in Mount Kenya, they have to. So, kama watu wa Mount Kenya, they will have to lose 2 CS positions. That one, you know, they are getting 2 from them, and they want to give one to whoever Odinga family is going to anoint, and they are the Gideon Moi family watapata moja in general, and because you know, I think this is something which we are refusing to agree here, and I want to say it authoritatively here. I know saa zingine hatutaki kuongea story mingi, but you need to know that Gideon Moi is having blessings of Uhuru to cooperate with Ruto, and that is one thing I know people
Who said that?
will not love that.
Who
No,
said that?
he has blessings of Uhuru, brother.
Who said that?
I'm not saying that there isn't, but you know how these people operate.
Yeah, I know
You know
how they operate, but you see this again, rumors.
No, it's not rumors. It's not rumors. It is not rumors. But you know what is happening is this: Gideon Moi was to win the Baringo seat. You know that, and to convince Gideon Moi, there was no way in which Gideon Moi could have been convinced without a second party. Not second or third party. So they needed a third party. They needed a third party. If you look at that dichotomy, you know how Moi and the Kenyatta family is connected. There is no way in which Gideon Moi could have agreed to that without a discussion from the larger Kenyatta family. It's not a rumor, but look at how those families operate. It is impossible, and I'm saying this one, it is impossible for Gideon Moi to agree with Ruto without Kenyatta family getting involved. It is impossible. Whether in a light way or it could either be in a light or deep way, but it is impossible. Gideon Moi is too much deep-rooted to the Kenyatta side than to this other side. You know this one very well, and you know how many times have Ruto tried to these people, and
So you're telling me that from your analysis there, without any confirmation or any text, that is happening?
I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that if you look at if you look at how these families operate, they are connected families. They are connected families, and you cannot tell me that Gideon Moi will start engaging with Ruto just on his own decision. It's a decision which will have to be. It has to be an extended decision. You know how these families operate, Bwana Kipril. These families are they don't make personal decisions like us. Kipril, Moi family, Kenyatta family, Odinga family. Let me call these 3 prime families. And that is why some of the decisions which they make, they will anger us, but they will not make personal decisions like us, because us, we have no footprint on anything. That's why Kipril unaweza amuka saa hii useme hata nimeachana na Madha Karua. Nah, it is
Seriously?
a decision. I'm just giving an idea, but I'm just giving an idea. But Kenyatta family will not wake up and somebody is making a personal decision. Kenyatta, Mohoho, whoever, they will not wake up and say, I'm making a personal. Hata huyo mwingine mnaitanga na mkitaka kujua like how like the Kenyatta family has been gravitating to Ruto. Look at kuna huyu jamaa mnaitanga Kongo Muigai ama ni Kongo somebody. This Kongo Muigai he is the first guy who started gravitating to Ruto. Sijui kama unakumbuka Kongo Muigai. No, like 1 year ago huyu Kongo Muigai sasa ndiye alianzia sijui kuna vitu alianzia kusema like, and you could see like their family is pointing there, even though Uhuru is not 100%, you cannot confirm his operations with the government, but you can see a concerted effort where they are silently helping the government silently, like you cannot pinpoint it, but you can see where they are silently pointing it. And you cannot tell me like the 3 guys from Jubilee who Ruto went to them. Again, it was a personal decision. It was a concerted effort. So that's what I'm trying to say. And that's why some of the things unaona zikitendeka in Odinga family zinaudhi watu, because there is a way in which these things operate. Like this one is a system. Umesikia hata vile Ruth Odinga amesema the other day. Ruth Odinga, sijui kama umeona ile picha imesirculate ya
Picha gani ya Ruth Odinga?
Ai bwana wewe. Wewe unaona picha ya Ruth Odinga in her team and Uhuru the other side in her team kwa picha na you can see some chemistry working. Uko niyo picha?
Bwana mimi najua tu picha za Ruth Odinga.
Hiyo picha unafaa kuwa umeona. Kenyatta is greeting the mother of Ruth Odinga. Kenyatta anamsalimia hapa, a very tiny Ruth Odinga, tiny one. Na Uhuru ako kule nyuma. Uhuru amevuruta kichwa hivi. You didn't see that?
Okay, anyway, just wait. I've sent you a few pictures. How are we going to fight this thing? Jamaa amejenga manyumba. Umeziona? The man has actually built them.
What about this building?
These are your affordables. Moja iko Ngong, ingine iko Kibera.
Like isn't only 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. These are like 16 apartments. Hiyo umenirushia kwanza. 16 apartments, eh? Anyway, they are twin houses in a different orientation. Like ni nyumba zinafanana but ziko oriented different. Kuna zile ziko oriented towards the north, zingine ziko oriented towards the east. But they are the same buildings, eh? Same building done twice. It's possible to know the number of apartments here. So what about them? So I can see they are still building them, eh?
Yeah. I can see he's pushing how do we tackle this?
Naona kuna ingine pia umeshare hapa in Bondo, not in Bondo. Sijui kama hii kuna umeshare hapa. There is one in I think this one is in kuna itango aje Kibera. Hii ni ile hizi ni zile za Kibera.
Kibra.
I can see Kibra hapo.
How do we tackle that? Because that is what he's going to use for the campaign.
No, you see, at the end of the day, the way you are supposed, it is very easy to tackle this project. This project, how is it economically helping people? Now, like, tell me, like, economically, how is this project helping? And don't tell me that wale watu wanajenga hapa, because those are very temporary jobs. So, can you come up with an economic framework of this? Even though there are people who will come and say that it is part of the flagship project in Kenya, that's what they are coming to say. They'll come and say it is part of the Big Four agenda, which was hived from Vision 2030. And I don't know the status of Vision 2030 right now, which I don't think Ruto has more authority to explain.
He says in 2052 will be like Singapore.
No, forget about that. It's a serious statement. That's a serious statement. You know, let me tell you where Singapore started from. Unajua, that's why I don't listen to stupid statements. Singapore started from cracking down of corruption. They started with beheading people and jailing people. So, Bwana Kipril, if somebody will tell you that Singapore started from pouring concrete and doing what? Singapore started from the law point of view, constitutional reform. That's where they started. So, Singapore did not start from ati tunaanzia kujenga mabarabara. You don't start there. Where you start is how can you crack down liars? How can you crack down thieves? How can you crack down people who are stealing? So that's where they started from. So what are you telling me? A man who is dining with the thieves, a man who is also part of economic crime in Kenya, want to make Kenya a Singapore. That's a brav. So Bwana Kipril, give me another talk line. So usikuje kuniambia stories za Kasongo in terms of saying that you want to make Kenya a Singapore. He is not making Kenya a Singapore. He is making Kenya.
He says he's not my president. I repeat that, and I'll keep repeating that until tomorrow. He says he's the most dedicated leader in Africa.
But there is also something, Kipril, which I also want to tell you. Kenya has at least 10,000 PhDs if we are talking of education. Is he aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that Kenya has 10,000 PhDs in the meanwhile?
No. No, to comments, make a comments, like the video and subscribe.
So we have around 10,000 PhDs in Kenya. What watu wako na first degree? So this is something which I now wanted to explain here. In Kenya, a million people is around a million, between 1 and 2 million, because sisi tuko less than 2%. Maneno ya masomo, Kipril, let me tell you, and this is something which I wanted to explain here. Education is not the one which develops countries. And I repeat, education is not the one which develops countries.
No, kuna PhD tunakuita daktari. Why did you go for a doctorate?
I want to explain to you how countries are developed, because even the US itself, the educated population is less than 4%. Go and look. US 4% of the population. And it is the most developed. So 96% of the US population, no,
are workers.
96%. They go in the US and meet people are in Walmart working there. They don't have degrees. I'm talking of the US. I don't know, like in the UK, their system. In some places, I've met. Kiprili, nataka kukuambia, I've met a young girl doing engineering experiments na hajaenda shule. Kiprili, nilishtuka. I was shocked. I met a girl who has not gone to high school, and I'm sorry to say this, doing engineering experiments and getting that data. Na huyo mtoto hajaenda university. Na anapata hiyo data, na hiyo data it is now given to people who have gone to the university. But the beauty of that girl is that girl is able to earn man hours through those experiments. Hata kama, yani, na huyo msichana ameperfect hizo experiment, anajua this is concrete experiment, this is a soil experiment, this is a I'm telling you, I was shocked. And I'm telling you, that is a personal interaction with a young girl who has not gone to the university, doing experiments which we do as a graduate student. Na ananipea data na ananiambia hii data ni ya nini? Na hajaenda shule. Kipril, I'm telling you things I was shocked. I don't know, you might think like because there's a reason why I want to tell you this. Unajua nikikwambia hii kitu, I'm not trying to say that you don't need education, but
you don't.
Education is not the only way you want to tell people that this is how you develop a nation. We develop a nation through building a working nation. Look at when the US is developing in 1945 with Roosevelt. Alikuwa anaitwaje? This guy who ruled the US for 12 years. And Republicans wakasema huyo mtu apewe term. There's this guy who ruled the US for 3 terms, 12 years. Nikimkumbuka jina yake, but new president wa Second World War. And you see, because that's the time when the US is building. So the time when the US is building, he is talking about we need manufacturing. And that's the time when the US is highly inventing food industries, construction industry, kila kitu inakuwa invented. And that's the time when even as the US is developing, that's the time even the amount of Nobel Prizes are, the US is beginning to get a lot of Nobel Prizes. Like they are developing. Hebu nikuulize kama saa hii, how do you say Kenya is developing, or Kenya will be like Singapore, and we have never gotten even a single Nobel in science? I'm not talking Nobel of Peace. Unajua Nobel of Peace, hiyo, that one is a bit political, you know. Nobel of Peace hiyo achana nayo. Hiyo inakuanga political. Hata hiyo Trump atatafuta na inaleta shida. I'm talking of
ataipata kweli.
Maybe in the future of road ataweza kuipata. Ndio nakwambia Nobel of Peace hiyo ni political, but I'm talking of physics, chemistry, medicine, zinakuanga ine. Zinakuanga physics na medicine. Tell me one Kenyan
biology.
Yeah, tell me one Kenyan, and you want, because you know these are the people who are bringing innovation.
Brother kana visit Kenya, unasikia?
Aya, wacha tutangojea tusikie kama anaenda Kenya is okay. I know he is preparing for 2028. So I don't know if he is trying to build some coalitions, but I hope Vance is well connected with information. Unajua, they always take
we atakuja for let me tell you something, Jero. If Vance comes, he'll come for the needs of Americans. Usiweke emotion kwa hiyo kitu. Atakuja asema anataka Ruto, because Ruto is going to do things that are going to fulfill the needs of Americans. How would you feel about that? Hata kama inatutesa? Just be honest.
Okay, let's read about that. You know,
No, you don't answer my question. If Vance comes,
I have a lot of hope with Vance.
Wait a little
bit, kidogo. I have a lot of hope with Vance because I saw what he did in Europe. Elected European leaders. You even said, even the time when he was saying even UK they have no democracy. I hope if Vance comes to Kenya, he will be able to also lecture Ruto on the issue of no. I hope
he won't.
No, I hope he will lecture Ruto.
You see, politicians
of democracy and the things which Ruto has done to the young people, including people dying, and watu wakiambua watapigwa risasi ya mguu. I hope he will lecture them.
Let me tell you why Vance behaves like that in Europe. It's because they want something from Europe, and Europe is spending so much of American money, but Europe is very powerful. Sasa, just the way politicians look down on us, or rich people look down on us, is the same way Vance is going to come to Kenya and look down upon us, and I'm sure it's going to hurt your feelings. And if indeed Ruto is going to be a yes man to fulfill the dreams and promises that are needed for the US, I'm telling you, Njeru, hakuna kitu hapa ya kusema Vance is a good man. Vance will shake Ruto's hands if it's going to help benefit Ruto, even if it's going to be the detriment of Kenya. Yo hapo, Njeru, you have to already start kwani Njeru ameenda wapi?
Anatengeneza kikombe. So what I was trying to say, Kipril, ile kitu nasema, I hope Vance will be able to make a rational decision which also benefits Kenyans as well. He should be able to have made his research well, na ajue ya kwamba majority of Kenyans and that is why, let me tell you, kidogo.
You know politicians.
Goja kidogo Kipril.
I'll wait for you to talk.
Utaongea. You see, even when Donald Trump had not gotten to power a second time, there were many people who used to go to Mar-a-Lago and give special respect to him. You remember that people used to go to Marago had become that big place whereby like some serious people could go and visit him, and also even as some people are going to see Joe Biden, kuna watu wengine walikuwa wanateremka pale Marago. And I believe Vance, as a believer of dissent, he knows what Kenyans also want. Even as he is working for his deals, I don't think that Vance will sit down there and allow democracy to be trampled upon, if democracy exists, and to be trampled upon to the extent that he will also not have some time to also speak with opposition. So do you want to tell me that Vance will not speak with opposition? Nauliza tu swali. Ama anakuja tu aongee na serikali na aende.
Can I explain to you something? Yeah? Njeri, you're very naive. You're very naive. Vance does not care about the Kenyan voters. I think he cares about Kenyan voters. He only cares about American voters. And if you think that he's coming here and say, oh, wanatesa wa Kenya, oh, sijui wa Kenya naumia hapa, and then Vance is going to go back to America, we need to change our foreign policies so that this guy does not finya Kenya. You're being naive. You're making these guys righteous. These are politicians, for God's sake, for Christ. Do you know what a politician is, my friend?
So do you want to tell me
This
that
guy is-
Vance is not aware of the 2024 demonstrations? He's not aware. He has not versed himself about
how many
the Kenyan political climate.
how many
He's just
how
coming
many-
there on a very stable environment.
how-
Even at
how-
even at the wave of the death of Raila Odinga, and even people being killed in the morning, and the rhetorics. Are you telling me that by a Google search,
Yes.
search, Vance is not
Yes.
aware of Kenyan political environment? Is that what you want
Because-
to tell me as
yes,
I become naive?
yes, because Americans don't care. Americans don't care about Kenyan stuff.
So, and why do they want to deal with Kenyans if they don't care?
No, politicians want to deal with Kenyans, but American Nuko, the Joe Dirt somewhere in Arizona.
I have faith with JD Vance. I have faith with
No. And I'll
I
give you another
believe in
example.
Russian
The king of the Netherlands came here, tuliwaambia, tuliandika mabarua mingi, usikuja hapa, huyu mtu ametuua. We even ikafika kwa news yao. The ninja still came. The chancellor of Germany walikuja hapa. Presidents from all over Europe, even as many letters as the diaspora people, most of you had sent letters that are here now. Walitumia barabara, walitumia barua. This guy still came. They still did deals with Ruto, and they'll continue doing deals with Ruto as they keep selling the nation against us. Vince is coming here to do a deal. Even if it comes and hurts us, it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican, they're coming to do business, to fulfill, to make, wait, let me finish. For the benefit of the American citizens, because those are the people who are voting them. Who the hell are Kenyans? Do you think they care? You think these guys are moral? So that's a problem with you. You look at politicians as moral people. Atisijui democracy. They don't care about those things. If they're going to strike a deal that is going to benefit America, who do you think they care? Be patient. I mean,
I know America was doing Bechtel, the during of barabara ya kutoka pale Nakuru. There was a road which I think was to be done during Uhuru time, and then sasa hiyo barabara ikakuwa suspended. So I know there was a very big project which was to be done by Americans, but it was suspended. So maybe it would also be one of the way to come and resurrect it, because I know America is interested in doing a during road, a major road in Kenya. Kuna ingine ya Mombasa. I don't know if Americans are the ones who are going to do it, but I know America wanted to do it.
Acha nikuache tu.
No, wacha kuniacha, but I have hope with Vance, na sifikiri ati Vance atakuja and let it down. Those are some of the people we highly
Very naive.
So
Very naive.
I don't think Vance will let me down. So Bwana Mbudi, karibu. Najua Budi amekuja kunichekelea, and it's okay.
Na ni kweli, unajua nilikuwa nataka nikucheke kitu ingine, but wacha nikusalimu kwanza. Keep, Umeona vile umepembeleza, wacha kuniacha. Bro, wewe bibi akikuacha bro, wewe you are done. Man, wacha kuniacha. Anyway, Njiru, who is coming to Kenya? Is it JD Vance or JD Hamel?
I can see that information nilipata from Anie, na Anie alisema it is JD Vance, the vice president of America. That's what they are saying.
You know, this guy is 3 or 4 faced. Anytime he does some deals, he changes names. You know, Vance, as we know him, has never been his real name. Even when he came to the military, he had a different name. So, how is he coming to Kenya? Is it his childhood version, or pre-Malago, or after Malago, or what? Because the guy changes like a chameleon. You need to know that on how he does his deals. You need to know that when he's in Europe, he's a different person. When he's in the US, he's a different person. Now, when he's going to Africa, what version is he going to change?
He has never been to
That's
Africa.
the question.
He has never been to Africa.
No, I'm saying now that he's going, what version is he going to take? Because even when you look, you know what you need to. I like his story, and you know that his story is inspiring. But at the same time, we are not going to downlook or overlook some of his mendacious character on how he deals, on how he has risen to the top. To the top. Remember, he's a product. You know.
Ameandika LGLB. Kuna kakitabu ameandika kazuri sana. Kanaitwa LG, sijui kuna kakitabu. A very sweet book. Nyia mujui venye nilikuwa napenda JD Vance all through from his campaign moment and becoming the vice president of Donald Trump. Alafu sasa mkuje kuanzia kusema ati Beshi anakuja kuniangusha. I cannot believe it, man. Na Budi umepotea. Budi umepotea. I cannot believe ati Beshi JD Vance anakuja kuniangusha. Hey! Kuja bwana huyu. And I am very hopeful that the guy is 2028 Budi umepotea. Kipuri, hebu chukulia hapo as I nitoe Budi alafu arudi tena. I think that one.
You, I'll just tell you the truth. It's done. I have nothing to add on top of that. Vance is coming to do a deal, and it's for the detriment of Kenya and benefit of Americans. It's plain and simple. Yeah, nothing more. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm double sure JD Vance is aware of human rights violation in Kenya. I'm double sure he is aware of human rights violation in Kenya. There is no any serious leader in the globe who is not aware of human rights violation in Kenya, unless if they no longer care globally, and unless like wamesema sasa kila mtu awe yule anataka. And by the way, for your information, Donald Trump is in Malaysia, and I have seen he has also witnessed the signing of some peace deals there. Now that mumeleta story ya JD ako huko Malaysia. Anyway, JD Vance naona he is invoking serious emotions here. So able to turudi back to Wamunyoro as we wait for Budi to come and laugh at me, because I know Budi is he want to laugh at me because he can't believe that I still have hope with JD Vance, because you know JD Vance is going to be our candidate in 2028. You know,
our candidate, are you American or Kenyan?
Wacha mambo mingi bwana.
Why do you care more about American issues?
I'm not saying that I'm caring more, but I'm just saying he will be the Republican candidate in 2028. Okay, what
and how is that going to help Kenyans?
There is a continuity of that leadership. There is continuity of that leadership, and that's why if JD Vance will become a president, it will also affect us for a long time. So we
You're
have to
not a
be,
Pan-Africanist you. We tu ni kufikiria mambo ya wazungu, hata utufikiri sisi wenyewe watu wa chini chini. Yeah? You know, some of us don't care about which president is in Europe or whatever it is. We hatujali.
the day
Sisi
you
mahitaji yetu,
the day you know that these people affect you as much as Kasongo affect you.
because they
also
affect us negatively. All of them affect us negatively.
And that is where you have to focus on at least who of them is negativity is better.
At whose negativity is better? What sort of nonsense is that you're telling me, bro?
You have said all of them affect us negatively, but unajua kuna negative mbaya. Unajua the negative as a ladder. There is a better negative and there is an extreme negative. Even if they affect us negative, isikuwe ni ile negative ya kutumaliza.
Huyu ndio tunaitanga house ninja.
Yeah, Pogona amefika. Ebu Budi aendelea na story yake. You know Budi is still laughing at me and we have to give him that leeway to laugh.
No, wacha tu niachane hiyo. Let me just tell you, Njiru. Njiru, you have to choose between what nani amekwambia, being a Pan-Africanist or an exacerbator of the Western ideology. You know very well, without a doubt, and there is no argument, anytime an African head of state or a prominent individual comes, unaona saa ametoroka, that's a problem. You can never have a very cogent and persuasive argument na huyu jamaa. He always runs away, mara ni chai, mara ni nini. I mean, it's like,
I'm here.
Hizo chai zake hizo hazikwangi chai bro, hata chai. So like obviously let's not even
hiyo ni uji
ile uji ya Kenyatta ndio hiyo inakubaliwa na ni jioni kama saa hii, si asubuhi. So now anyway, if you look at the visiting of the head of state from what we call the Western country, the Eastern countries that their economies are superior to us, or among the G20s, whenever they visit Africa, more especially our country, it's because of the interest, and the interest goes back to what Moi and the authors of not even Kamlesh Patni, people who started the golden bag issue before Patni hijacked it. You need to understand that Kenya collectively is the hub of all minerals, be it black diamonds, be it, the gold. You remember one time Kabila had to make an impromptu state visit to Kenya that he was looking for 1,000 kilograms of gold that had disappeared, and it had come to Kenya. If you look at how the vice president of Zimbabwe was burnt in his house because he was a military man, and they had put some diamonds to come with a military plane directly to Kenya, which was worthy almost 1 billion US dollars. Kenya is at a Tanzanite, all the minerals that Tanzania has cried over the years. Magufuli alijaribu mpaka akapea Uhuru tausi, ati kuja tunaambiwa ati ni tausi anapewa, ilete tausi Kenya, kumbe ni gold ilikuwa inatoa kutoka Kenya ambayo ilikuwa imekaa airport for years and years. And if you see how Kenya head of state is used by the Western countries to frustrate the minerals of Africa, I think it's very unfortunate. That's the first thing. Kenya has been used as a hub for drugs, and also you just saw yesterday, it was yesterday or today, narcotics, how many millions keep that they were in the ships. Narcotics, millions and millions. Yeah, so you saw that. And Wamunyoro has always told us that there are two drug dealers within the government, who are prominent in terms of they sit in the cabinet. So, you have to choose. Imanena quite excited over a small Yahoo boy over our country. It's so petty, Mr. Njiru. I think by now you should have had, another PhD in terms of how these people are dealing with us in, the Western countries. you should be the last person to be excited that JD Vance is coming to Kenya, because the interest is what supersedes whatever you may want to say. Like him the way you like, but when he's coming to Africa, his interest and American interest supersede your blackness and your one term. If Ruto will give them what they want, it will be a two term. So if he comes and Ruto gives him what he wants, why will we be shouting here one time throughout? Why will he, knowing very well what happened, that the people who installed Ruto by force in that country were the American ambassador, who actually resigned immediately Trump won. Yeah? Immediately, because she knew that she wouldn't survive of the catalog of things that they had done. So, Njiru, I mean, it's a high time you take a position of the Western, and that is why sometimes I doubt Matiang'i as an individual. And I'm not going to be here. The fact that he has worked for World Bank gives me some goosebumps. That is he the right person? Are we tunachezwa hapa ama ni nini? Because I agree with Babu Owino. The rate at which this guy was the Minister for Internal Security, a de facto prime minister, but how quickly from alifanya interview lini, wakati Raila alibiwa kura na akaenda kufanya international community. Those questions that Babu asks are very valid. So if you need to connect the dots to form a straight line, you have to know that in as much as we may like Trump, we may like JD Vance, and you have seen, Trump is a crypto dealer, and that does not put him below the bar. He is receiving aeroplanes from foreign countries. The other day he said he wants to sue the government for $230 million for it's not even defamation, some things that I don't understand. Well, that is his right. But when it comes now to our politics, you have to ask yourself, what is it that is coming to do? It just can't be like it's not like Obama who will say he's going to Kogelo and good old days when they came with whoever and went fishing and ABCD. This guy has never been in this country. So you think he's just coming to have fun? It's not. Do you think he's coming to build those roads you are telling me? Whereas we have now you're now you're
American
becoming,
voters will see the roads, Alex. Will the
now,
American voters see those roads?
even us here, we're having big time infrastructural. Why not Joe Biden who had the infrastructure deal? We still have a big problem with infrastructures. Trust me, I've been in the construction business, and I'll tell you that America is having big problem. Yeah, but let's focus on the issue of us being excited about the Western countries and how they affect our economy. These are the deals these people have, and you keep on seeing, people installing themselves as kings like Mobutu Sese Seko and ruling a country for years and years and years because they have the interests of Western countries. So I don't think we should be excited about JD Vance, and I think we should make more noise than any other time. Why? Because I think we are slowly seeing monarchical tendencies now creeping into our democratic, space that over the years we thought it was better than most of the countries in Africa. So JD Vance coming to Kenya, I treat it with a lot of suspicion. Okay, it may not be tangible, but I wouldn't be excited the way Njiru is excited over it without even, emotionally excited, without thinking the repercussions that will befall us when he comes and the backroom deals. Remember, it was just who came to Kenya, and before anything happened, it was the deputy president who came to Kenya, or Ninani, the vice president. And before even they had talks, the Supreme Court had already passed the LGBT. It never debated in the parliament, and it became part of us, part and parcel of us until today. Why not one or two, three things that were removed later on? But anytime you see a head of state from America coming to our country, we violate our own constitution. So, Njiru, we have to understand this. If you are a one-term person or a two-term, if for this, if you are excited, you are a two-term person. Because if he's coming to meet Ruto, you are legitimizing Ruto. And Ruto will never ask nothing except America to support him in 2027. Whatever they want, he will give them just for him to stay in 2027. You and me know that. So the fact that you like JD Vance does not mean you love him more than our country. If he's coming to meet a wrong person, say no and say, you know what, as an individual, his story is inspiring. I say that all the time. His story is very inspiring. If you look at it from an alcoholic mother, single son, and from a single home, all the way he went military, he went to, Yale, he did law, but from there he turned out ABCD, venture capital, meeting Peter Piniel, all that. I like that story. It's inspiring. There's no question about that. But then you're not going to be blind. Just because somebody's story is so sweet, then you become blind of which country is coming from, which role is plays, which position he is, and what those roles have affected our, eternal suffrage and trauma by countries like America. America is one of the countries that, has brought pity to a country called Haiti for years and years and years. When they bought the loan from Haiti, you know that it made sure that the Haitians, the first African state to get independence, was in more than trauma all these years until today. And it has used African state again to punish it. It's because of America and its policies. Whether they change personalities in terms of who is the president or not, their policy towards Africa and Africans still remains. Even when Obama was the president, still it remains so. So don't be excited about that. The problem is now is meeting one of the cruelest leaders that we as a country has ever met, has ever elected or ascended to power. And that begs the question, what is it that these two people are going to discuss? Are they going to revive the Haiti thing? And then after it is revived, they start giving them money with the promise of military and so on and so on and so forth. And then we start seeing another Biden, administration acting recklessly towards the election. Those are the questions should be posing here, Mr. Njiru, not being likable or having a good story. That one, it has its own part. But when we are dealing country to country, I think right now we should be suspicious of any American head of, be it the Senate, anybody who is in the big, who occupies any position. We are the people who are very junior, who are just senators that came to Kenya, but still affected our elections about the deputy, the vice president. That calls for suspicion. And Ruto is so desperate by all necessary means to make sure that happens. And they know that he wants that. So what do? They will give him what he wants. But is that for you and me? Then this is the time we must say, this thing is either one term or two term. For this one, I think Njiru, umeanguka, you are a two-term person. You are excited just because it's your person is meeting Ruto. You are not even criticizing Ruto anymore. You're just happy he's coming to Kenya and whoever he meets, as long as he comes to Kenya. And that is failure on us.
I'm just asking a question, Bwanabundi. Are these international leaders not privy to the information of the countries where they are visiting? Is he not aware of the political climate in Kenya? Or he is naive about that?
Alex, this guy is used to his own echo chamber. Utamwambia is just like an NBC.
No, I'm just trying to ask
it's like a CNBC
even
person
Americans
listening to
themselves,
Fox News.
even Americans themselves, when they were
Hata sijamaliza sentence ashaanza
Ngoja kidogo.
kuninterrupt.
No,
Alafu asema ningoje kidogo lakini ananinterrupt. It's just like a CNBC person trying to listen to Fox News or a Fox News person trying to see CNBC. They will never listen. They'll be like, no, it's not like that. No. They will not try and hear the other bit. Because Njeru, you're a person that just likes to hear echo chambers. Ukiambiwa vitu ya Wamunyoro, utafuata tu hivi tu. yeah. Like you will never hear anything bad about Gachagua right now. Nikikwambia huyu mtu alikuwa was almost jailed, had a case of $2 million. Pana. No, you cannot say that about Wamunyoro. There was a time we were together as sycophants of Raila Amolo Odinga. Kasema, it's sometimes very good to be sycophant. Nimekubali sasa. If I tell you anything bad about Trump, pana, no, Trump is good. Right now, there's nothing you're going to convince me about Vance, whatever his name is. Tasema, he's a good guy. He's coming to he's going to Google the way you're telling us. You'll Google, you'll see that the strikes, and then all of a sudden magically stop Ruto from doing what he's doing. You're just delusional. I'm sorry, my friend. Wake up.
No, the reason why I'm saying that is because before Vance went to Europe, he did a very good research about Europe, and he was able to surgically comment.
Do you know the difference between? Do you know the difference between how they treat Europe and how they treat Africa?
That's what I'm saying. I hope the same.
To them, we're shithole countries.
He did. No, it doesn't matter. But we are shithole countries which are getting out of the.
It matters how they treat Europeans and how they treat us.
We also have a clever population which also understand the issue. Then let me ask you a question: then why can't now Kenyans even appear wakuwe na demonstration basi for Vance also to see that there are things which are happening? But I always see like even in Europe, when a leader is coming, people stage demonstration so that they can start airing out their issues. Then why is it that in Kenya, when these international leaders come, we just remain silent while they are dealing with our government? I always see in Europe, when these very senior officials come, there are some demonstrations which are being staged outside. Then why not have a counter demonstration basi to say that this person cannot?
So are you insinuating the fact that there are no demonstration, it's okay? I mean,
no, I'm not saying it is okay.
That logic, you know, Njiru. Let's see, Njiru. I think you are too pro-Vance. Let's say this. Let him come. You be happy, and let's fetishize you. Let's sugarcoat you. Wacha tukupake blue band usikie vizuri, because this is an argument that will not help us as Kenyans. Let me tell you right now, Kenyans are suffering. And we have no hope in the future, because if you see even what is happening is that even when the court stopped the cybercrime law, Ruto is asserting and saying whether the courts like it or not. So I think we have bigger problems than Vance coming to our country. And it's an opportunity to start demonstrate based on that, not to demonstrate that Vance is coming. Will we be going every time to the street just because even Vance is coming to our country? These people have no demonstration over housing. These people are demonstration over. Right now, the lecturers are being in strike over 35 days. I was listening to some students in nursing saying this, that they were supposed to do the exam next year. Hiyo next year alafu waende internship for 1 year. Hiyo internship ndio tena wantakana wafanye nursing board. So because they did not do it on time, so they were supposed to graduate next year. They are going to graduate in 2029. We rather demonstrate on that. We unataka tuonyeshe kuwa tutaka Vance kukuja tuanze kudemonstrate. How many things will we be demonstrating? It's not making any sense. There are things we will be ready to die for, but not just Vance coming and then we demonstrate. And obviously it's coming, as you say, it will have adverse effects, not positive. You know that no positive effect will be there when Vance comes to our country.
So let me ask a question. What I'm saying is that does it mean that there is no any international leader who can come and iron out some of the issues which Africa?
We are on our own. Why are you looking for a savior outside?
No, I'm not saying I'm looking for a savior. Are these people not aware that what also Africans need? All they care is that they need.
They don't
so
care,
when we talk of a win-win situation, iko wapi? When we talk of
there's no win-win. Njeru, wake up.
We are talking of win-win.
When you started this channel, Njeru, I thought you had woken up. We are on our own as Africans. Hii kitu ya kungojea savior complex or white man savior.
I am not saying that we are waiting for a savior, but what I'm trying to say is that do you want to tell me that even as the world is dealing with us, even if they take us to be feeble, I don't deny that, Do you want to tell me that these people do not care about?
So when you say win-win situation, is it us or the leadership? You know, when they come, do they negotiate with us or the leadership? You know, when you say win-win situation, we have seen they create people like Mugabe, they create people like Saddam Hussein, they create people like Mobutu Sese Seko. That is what they've created in Africa. So when you talk about win-win situation, when was the last time you saw a true win to the Kenyan people? You're talking about win-win situation. Tell us one example of the win-win situation so that we can start the conversation from there. Tell us one win-win situation. Where are they won, we won? Give me one example, Jir. Jiru, I'll take you on this. Give me one win-win. You brought that idea. Win-win. Tell me when we won and they won.
You see?
Not you see. Give me an example, because you have said it's a win-win situation when they do that. Now, I will tell you that when they went to Europe, there was win-win situation. When they go to China, there's win-win situation. When they go also to Australia, there's win-win situation. I want one example, and I'll give you a China, I'll give you a Europe economically, but I want you to give me any win-win situation when Americans comes or Europeans come to our country. What do we get and what do we also give them?
You see, the reason why I'm saying this is because some of the American regimes have not been very happy with them. So I thought that this regime, which is not looking at issues politically, and is a regime which came on a correction path. I thought as they are correcting things on other continents, Africa is also on a correction path. So they have said that they are not coming to start wars. No,
you're very naive.
No, that is Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump policy. He is not coming to start new wars. He is coming to stabilize.
You know what I call you? You're a worshiper.
Approach is different
You're a
than
worshiper.
the approach of other leaders. So I think that different approach of Mr. Trump will also come.
So in short, this will be the first, according to you. You are anticipating the first win situation, isn't it? Tell us what are you? That's what you are. See, you are talking in hoping. We are talking out of experience. 400 years of slavery in America. We are talking out of experience. We are not talking out of blues. There has never been a win-win situation between a slave and a slave master.
I am waiting for a different trajectory. That's why I have a lot of hope with the JD.
Just because you love JD Vance, you are forgetting American interests supersede an individual. So you are hoping because it's JD Vance, isn't it?
You're delusional. Nimekubali sasa. Nimekubali. Njeru, you're a worshiper. You're absolutely a worshiper. You're worshipping. You're worshipping. Let me tell you, yeah. Wherever politician, you're actually sick.
No, policies are changed by men, and a man can choose a good trajectory. The Berlin Wall was collapsed by men.
You're a purist.
And
can I ask you a question, Jiru?
Okay, go ahead.
Have you followed the story of Macron and Muammar Gaddafi?
Macron, the French president.
Yeah.
All I know is that.
No, not all you know. Have you thoroughly followed the story?
I will not say that I've thoroughly followed the story, but from the face value of it, I know that there was so much propaganda which actually was taken to Libya, and eventually it was eliminated through the West propaganda. That one.
Do you know why he's in jail today?
Who?
Do you know why Macron is in jail for the next 4 years?
No,
that is not Macron who is in prison. Macron is the current president.
Oh, Sarkozy, I'm sorry. Sarkozy.
Yeah,
Sarkozy, I'm sorry. Do you know why Sarkozy is in prison? Sorry, Nani, thank you. Thank you
Sarkozy, I saw him even the other day kissing his wife as he was going to the jail.
No, now I want you to give me the synopsis of the reasons.
You know, Western countries, they have started a political witch hunt. That one, it was the same thing which also wanted to happen in America.
So whatever happened, so that was witch hunt. That's not true. Whatever happened.
So just explain why they have decided to jail him.
Yeah, because you are ignorant of what is going to happen in Kenya. That's why I wanted to give you example of what happens between these people and our leaders. I think I will not repeat what Nani amesema. I think you are whitewashed.
No, I think
Whitewashed by
I
who?
think that's not a fair terminology to put on somebody like Njiru. You know, you
No,
can't
I
be
have
all
no
rounded.
problem.
There are
I have
things
no
that
problem.
maybe
You
they
will
can
come
go
to
over your head. You might not get them, but it does not mean that he's worse. No, if things that happened in the past you could not relate it with the problems at home, maybe it's not so easy for you to
let me
do
tell
so
you,
now. But
when you know
truth be told, there is a continuity in the way, like let's say a country like the US runs, so that regardless of the president in power, the country has to run. It has its own goals, ambitions, and visions that overrides anything that even the president and all those foreign ministers stand for individually. That's why whenever they come out, most of the time their speeches are always scripted to make sure that it's only operating on the interests of America, and that's just an example. So when you're talking about a country like France, the same. When you're talking about any European country, the same. So uh, trying to expect anything good from anybody that is going to come from the West to Kenya to change anything, I think that's a pipeline. But it doesn't mean that what Njiru is saying is entirely wrong, because maybe he's not correlating to. We've had a past, like the other time we had was it the vice president for US who came, and then we had the LGBTQ Act being passed, and
no,
not only
it was
that,
the
a
wife
lot of
of the
things that have been
president.
happening,
It was the wife
up
of
to
the
and
president.
including the Bill Gates in what do you call this thing for Bill Gates Foundation. They keep coming. It looks like they're doing something good, but it's actually happening in the opposite. It's not there to help us.
No, so Bwana Pogone, hebu niulize swali, but how comes even Americans themselves, they also criticize their own government? And sometimes unakuta, you also see there's also a bigger sizable of American government who also not American people who at sometimes they feel their government is not doing the right thing. So that is why I will not agree when we say that entirely every group of leaders which come, they always come to destroy the people. There are those who come and change the narrative. So, and when I looked at Trump advance election, there was so much of the off trajectory they were willing to take. And those are the things which, because this is their first engagement with Africa, Mr. Donald Trump himself, I've had him talking things about Africa, even though he has not had any trip to, I think it was in Egypt. I don't know if Egypt is in Africa or not. Some people say it is not in Africa. You know, it's contentious.
Not some people themselves. The Egyptians don't call themselves Africans. That's the truth.
Yeah. So that's why so what I'm trying to say is that if you look at Donald Trump himself,
The question is
he
not
came to
if
power as
Egyptian.
a critical president.
Hold on. The question is not if Egyptians are African. According to America, Egyptians are white. Okay, so according to America, if you come from Egypt and you're a citizen of Egypt, it doesn't matter you are white. Okay, so it's not all about Egypt saying if they're Africans or not. According to Americans, those are white people. So you can understand that they did not go to Africa. Okay, according to them.
Yeah, so that's why. Anyways, okay, I've heard that you know, like America, they have those classification of different nationalities. These are white, these are not, and I think that dichotomy is keeping on increasing. That one I agree. So let me talk of sub-Saharan Africa, who are distinctively Africans. Yeah, so the others you can't say. Also the bandwidth of the white people has to be increased as well. That one I don't disagree. So, but this guy who is saying that I don't know politics, I think that one is okay. I didn't come here to say that I know. So, but Francis, you can go ahead and validate yourself. I have no problem with that one. So, but this is the reason why I'm saying
There is something that you had asked.
what I'm trying to
There
say
is
here
something
is
that you had asked, and I wanted to answer you with an example.
let me finish this one. Donald Trump came to power as a criticism president. He was like criticizing everything which was happening in the American government, including their foreign policies and some of the bad things which were happening there. So why would I sit down here and say that he is not interested in correcting some of the bad things which have happened
the best thing that Trump ever said about Africa and Haiti and everywhere else was when he called us shithole countries and then the well ran dry, meaning that nyinyi mwende mjitegemee peke yenu, go do your own thing, we're not going to do anything called soft power. I like that policy. America first. I like when presidents do America first. I don't care about whatever politics you do in America. You guys live in there, it might affect you. But I like it when you stick to your own things. Mimi nakuja kuuliza sasa, if that is the case about this MAGA movement, what the hell are they doing in Africa? Number two, please do not be delusional. Njeru, when you look at American issues, American policies, just think about any leader leaving their country to go visit somebody else. It is for the benefits of their voters, the American voters. You see, me as a Kenyan, I did not vote for Vince Vance. And Vince Vance, whatever his name is, he's aware of that himself. He's aware of the fact that you did not vote for me. All these other things that you see soft power, whatever it is, you are elected for the benefit of your own country. I think I want you to understand the difference between African leaders and the leaders who are elected in the West. African leaders have been placed there, as Alex has said, to take care of their stomach, to cater for their stomach. It is also in a World Bank report that was written in the 1980s, where the fact that they actually prefer a dictator, so that Africans cannot get in one point in time where they produce goods for themselves. The goods, the produce that Africans are supposed to be produced are supposed to be exported to the West and manufactured in the West and then sold back to us or consumed by themselves. So never look at any leader in Africa at this current state. Their benefit is not for their voters. Their benefit is for their stomachs and their cronies. As for the Muzungus, is to come and oppress other countries, to take advantage of other countries. That is why Europe and America and the US and Australia, all these guys are fighting, but it's kind of cordial. It's kind of even match. Inaitwanga jio playing field. Inakwanga playing field. Ile wewe unaweza nirushia moja, mimi nikurushia ingine hivi. Mwanze kutukana, when you see your mate Vance akaenda kutukana na watu wa Europe, you get so excited. The day you'd find an African leader anaanza kutukanana na Vance ama Trump, hiyo ndio usiku nitasema yes sir. That is why sometimes there are few situations where I saw our African leaders actually coming down to think about us ourselves. There's a point in time Uhuru Kenyatta said, hii kitu LGBTQ si vitu yetu, toa hii kitu, kama unatunyima pesa kaa nayo. Museveni did the same, kaa nayo pesa yenu, tutaki. You found that the day somebody veers away from the West is either killed or not sent money. Museveni apatiwi pesa. Gaddafi was killed. Magufuli was killed. Anytime somebody does not veer towards the Western values, they're either killed or funding is not sent to them. I wish you can get that through your head.
America. They were killed by a regime. You need to know that. Some of these things they happen is not of every American.
Jiru, stop that. Jiru, stop that. Stop lying. Jiru, stop those mendacious lies that they were not killed by. The report that we have about Gaddafi explicitly puts Hillary Clinton on the spot. The issue saying they were there. They
Politicians,
were help.
were
Look,
Americans,
Njeru,
were Americans wanting that one to happen? Did they do a opinion poll to say that yes?
Njiru, stop that propaganda. If that is it, if the common denominator is going to be based on lies that America were not the one when the Arab Spring started, and Njiru, let's not go back to history. You're a learned person. We don't. In fact, now I'm believing what Nani amekuwa akisema Francis. Let's not even go what Francis amekuambia sasa yuko chini. You want to tell me you don't know the genesis of Arab Spring? My friend Jiru wacha hiyo mchezo. And then Pogon, I want to also to rebut to you that the fact that it happened, now we should give them, until last week, we said our gold is going to be kept in Britain. Did you see that report? And then you start saying now it might be different. We need to give people a chance. Why would Kenyan gold be kept in Britain?
You know, Alex,
The
you know,
interest
when
of
we come here
Western,
to wait a minute. I just want you to pause. I don't want you to
interest
actually
of
put full stop
Western,
to your statement.
the interest of Western countries is one, my friend, and it's not debatable. It is not debatable. You cannot say now they have changed. No, they will never change, my friend. It is us to change our attitudes to them. They will never change.
Alex, just put a comma to your statement. Now, let me tell you what I try to mean. By me saying that this time could be different or then was different than this time, is I'm talking about the speaker, I'm talking about Njiro, and I'm talking also about you. You know, coming here to the panel and speaking to, now I can see like we have 59 people listening. Now, this is not just your voice. You know, you are a representative of a very big number of Kenyans. Most of us don't think alike. We don't think the same. So maybe, according to what Njiru was speaking about, was maybe last time it was different. It's not. It's not going to be so this time round. But I'm not saying that I was subscribing to that thought myself. I'm just trying to also dissect and interrogate it also. It does not mean that I'm on that side, but I'm just trying to listen to him. But if we think that only how we think is how everybody else should be thinking or are thinking, then we are wrong. Try to tone down and then okay, now correct us, and then now we can move forward.
Hii kupembelezana na watu juu ya ukweli
Alafu, just to add on it,
is what
Mr. Njiru, Mr.
it's what
Njiru,
gets yes.
wait a minute. Mzee wa kofia, wewe tulie kidogo. Mr. Njiru, I also wanted to tell you, these Wazungu come in very subtle ways. They don't just come directly and attack you with the knives, bullets, and everything. Now they've become so subtle that you'll not even notice. Like for example, right now we are in the month of October. We were doing sensitization for people to register for what do you call this? For registration of votes. What do Wazungu do? They have granted the country 6 billion to be given to the youth that are being targeted, the youth that demonstrated last year against finance bill. Now they are no longer thinking about registering for votes. All of them are now pushing and shoving, just trying to get to Nyota thing. Do you know about Nyota, Mr. Njiru? The Nyota Fund, National Youth Out
No,
of this country fund. Kitu kai.
no, I'm
You
not
don't
aware of
know.
that.
Saizi kuna Nyota saizi ukienda kila mahali kwa ofisi ya MCA, youth wameenda pale na mabiashara zao, wamesema they are giving like I don't know 100,000 groups, wanawapatia kila mtu 50,000 sijui ni to 100,000 groups ama ni 50,000 to 100,000 businesses, unaona. So what has IMF done? They do not even get the loans that they have given us before. The loans that came in the name of, let's say, for infrastructure, they were looted. Nobody does accounts. Nobody wants to go down to get accountability about the funds that were dispersed to Kenya, but they want to dish out more. Why? Because money is not the issue. The issue is just to control us. And what's the biggest threat to the West right now is that one term is becoming a reality. How else are they going to get rid of this one term slogan yenye imekuwa ni everyone, mpaka nimuone kwa ofisi ya Meta imeandikwa one term? Ni kujaribu kudissuade our youth from nitwangaje ku register as voters. So any other person that is going to come and every other program that they are going to be bringing from the West, not all of them, and in fact, all of them are never good for us. We've never needed them, but they make it look like we need them. We don't. And every time they come here,
finally, you have said what I was saying, that the interest of Western countries, whether it looks good on the surface, it benefits them 100%. Whichever you may see that it is water coming, it will benefit them. All of a sudden, the Bill Gates Foundation has been guinea pigs. We've been guinea pigs for that. And they are asking that they will be granted immunity against prosecution. And we are happy people like Boniface Mwangi are receiving money and ABCD from USAID, so on and so forth. My friend, on the surface, it looks so good. But there is nothing of Western. Let me say what Mzee Moi said. He said, hakuna mzungu anapenda Mwafrika, period. Hiyo naye lazima ujue. If we are going to argue about that, then I think we are going to have a rude shock. Look at South Africa mpaka sahi. The 90% of the economy still, people still living in Soweto, they still don't have flashing water. They are even worse than they were in 1994. So you think it's about us? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to debate on that. And mimi mtanipea Ozampi kama ni gani ndio ni reduce. Hiyo ni dawa gani ile wanasema watu Kenya wanakula ndio wana reduce sauti na mwili. Ozampi kama ni gani? Hiyo ndio mtanipea.
Pedi wako ni ani atakusort.
Wacha nikwambie sasa, that's a very good example. Now that Ozempic is getting lawsuits in America because people are getting sick, wanamwagia nani sasa? It is coming to us to do another round of tests. Zinauzwa hapa kama Big G because celebrities were the first one to get a dose of those things, but then now the celebrities are getting very, very bad side effects. They've pulled it out of the market, but what do? They send it to Africa at a very cheap price. Njo, they can test it,
Hebu niambie hiyo drugs zenye zimepatikana hapa hivi Kenya inaitwa nini?
Ozempic.
Hizo no, kuna hii ingine sijui ni petamin kitu kama hiyo. Imekuwa sana iko US mara mob sana. Lakini it's a synthetic drug, lakini saizi imepatikana off the coast of Kenya. I think something like 600 and something kilometers away. Ilikuwa iko na Iranians. Wacha, I'll tell you in a minute. Keep talking, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll tell you.
But what I need to say is the fact that I know mnasemanga hii mambo ya ati meth. Meth is just cocaine chemically umeka ma baking powder na vitu zao, but it's just cocaine. What I'm just trying to say is you have to think like a Pan-Africanist. You have to know that anything that comes from the West does not help us. If you look at what is happening in France right now, because of the coups that had happened in Francophone countries, is the fact that France is panicking because the economy of France is very reliant on these Franco countries because then their national banks are all located in France. When Burkina Faso and Niger decided to come off, it put a very big blow in the French economy. So ukuja kuniambia hapa watu hawataki, they don't need any help from us. You're very delusional, Njero. There's nothing good that is coming out from these people. I'm very sorry. So wacha Vance akuje.
Oh, okay, Kipril, acknowledgement of some of the people who are also giving me information. Are you aware of the drug war which is happening in the world?
Sijui hiyo.
Are you aware that the Trump administration is fighting drug war through Venezuela and other places? Sorry, are you aware like Trump administration is having a lot of drug fighting in Central America, and some of the drugs in Central America, they find their ways in Kenya. Why can't we be positive and know that also J.D. Vance can also be coming to Kenya because of an extended war of drugs, which there is a link of those drugs from Central America, South America, and Kenya. No, I'm just asking. So why are we? No, I'm very positive of this. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
You're drawing. It's our devil. That's what Vance is coming to do. He's coming to do positive.
No, there is. I don't think that everything which they are coming to do is just an egocentric
you cannot be
platform for their country again. You want to tell me that there is not any single thing they are coming to do which will benefit Kenya? No, I'm just trying to ask. Like, yani watatu kuniambia tu, this guy, yes, he is a pro-American guy. I don't refuse.
Yes.
MAGA, make America great. But you want to tell me that even if this guy is coming to Kenya, hakuna kitu anakuja kufanya which will benefit Kenya.
But you guys can continue singing. Singing mambo ya Vance, mimi nimechoka. Acha niende huko nyuma kwa comments. I'll come back later.
Wewe usijaribu kutoka hapo. Hiyo ni gani unaanza? Si ungoje uone kama watu wawili wamekuja ndio utoke. Unaenda wapi hapo? Okay, by then nilikuwa nakuuliza, umejua kuna hiyo drug ina worth over 8 billion Kenya shillings.
Okay, I have no problem about that. But I always give people a chance of engagement before I always give people, because I always know that administrations are different. Why are we complaining? You know, like when we are talking, Mr. Ruto is
okay, so nitakuacha sasa hivi.
No, ni swali tu nauliza. Why was it was still Kenya? It was still Kenya. Why are people saying afadhali administration ya Uhuru kidogo kuliko hii ya Ruto? And it was Kenya. Somebody who dealt with Kenya through Uhuru and somebody who dealt with Kenya through Ruto is seeing two different environments. So why are we blanketing that simply because Americans were operating with us through this leader and Americans want to operate us through this leader, they're different. And in whatever I'm doing, I'm explaining here, because on hapa kuna mtu ananiambia sijui ati it's like I'm being a pro-Ruto, which is laughable by the way. I'm one of the person who will never support Ruto hata kwa dawa, Bwana Pogon, and you know that. And everybody who is here, you know that, because me personally, I've never supported Ruto, even when he was with Uhuru. I've never supported Ruto, and I don't think I will ever support Ruto. But in the meantime, that what I was asking is this: nilikuwa nikisema, when Trump was not in administration, they would there are even people who used to come and even they talk with them while they were in the opposition side, when they were not in the government. So why would people like J.D. Vance not also be opportunity also to speak with the people in the opposition? And also, people recognize them when they were not in the government. Those are the things, because that's why I don't want to blanketly condemn these people. I don't think that is the school of the thoughts where I'm built from. I still believe, as there exist evil people, there exist good people in whichever there is. So, but and that is why personally, and I will say this one comfortably, because I can see people are telling me that I'm very naive, which is okay. I have associated with the people in the West. I have interacted with people in the West. I've interacted with Caucasian people, but not everybody in that is evil. Some of them, they also want to see you succeeding. They want to see you doing the things which they are doing. Anyway, let me not explain that, but I want to say I have been having discussion with those people. I was supervised by a Caucasian man, even in my graduate studies, and he was not an evil man. He was a guy who could follow up on me I don't understand. I don't understand, like, when somebody says, like, Caucasian people are evil. And I've seen some, not all. I don't like the issue whereby it's like,
You know,
when you say, like,
Mr. Njiru, Mr. Njiru,
yes,
I've also dealt with, I've also, wacha hata nisiseme, I've also dealt with some races ya watu fulani, na individually unawapatanga si wabaya, but collectively kuna vile wanakuanga wenyewe wameshajibeba. You know, in Kenya, let's say in Africa, the large Africa, hatunanga vitu kama espionage. Yani ile vitu yenye watu wanazifanya alafu wanatumia maspy kujaribu kuangalia, mpaka vitu trivial sana about yourselves, alafu they use it against you without you even knowing kuwa wanakuja kukuattack. Unaona? So hawa watu especially America, wamekuwa America na sana sana hizi nini Scandinavian country wamekuwa kideal sana na mambo na espionage. Now hao ni watu wenye wanakuja wanakusoma ufala wako, alafu wanakuja in a very subtle way, huwezi jua kwa wanakuattack. And remember, they will never front ama they will never allow mtu aje mwenyewe haezi ku advance
no, I understand.
inaitwangaje.
Pogon kidogo. As I give Budi, there's something I think we are not understanding. The new evil in the world, you know, like Kitambo, it used to be racism, whereby a white person is conspiring with another white person against a black person, or even like black people. But the new order, of evil in the world is not that way. The new order siku hizi, mzungu anashikana na muafrika to cause harm to a black man or vice versa. So it is no longer about that this race and this other race here. That is not what is happening in the group now. Go and look, like,
But when did the new order start? Si ilianza wakati wa nini? Si hiyo new order ilianza mpaka wakati ya vile tumemalizana na colonialism. They used black people to continue colonialism. Nothing has changed.
You know, like neo-colonialism and imperial colonialism, that one are enabled by black leaders who are entertaining people who are coming to cause havoc into their country. That's why I'm saying it's a white man collaborating with a black man, but it is not a white man collaborating with another white man to cause harm on black people. That era has ended. We don't have that era. The era we have is a black man connecting with a white man to cause harm to a black man or cause harm to a white man. That's what Nakuta. Right now, the hatred and the things are on political ideologies. And the political ideologies are things which are coming to connect people of different races. Tulia kidogo. Kama sahi ndio nakwambia, kama sahi, even if you go in America, you will meet a black man and a white man conspiring against a black man. But this idea whereby, like, we want to say white men or white women only, they want to conspire against the black men, is not as deep as it used to be. The new order of conspiring,
you know, nobody has spoken this thing on a homogeneous way, and I think we were talking on government to government. When racism or apartheid is practiced, there are few people who are against it. Whether they are against it, no matter how much, they still become beneficiaries of it because it is a practiced system in a society. When slavery was practiced in this country, whether you were against it or not, you were a recipient of the benefits or you were to do nothing. So, I mean, this whole idea of just now taking an individual saying, we all know that is a universal truth. Not everybody will subscribe into the evil of their homogeneous, whichever way we may want to say. What we are saying in a collective way, and I will use the words of Pogon, the white Western countries, led predominantly by white male for a very long time, their policies have never been pro-black people. That is why until today, you find the problems we are having in Africa and also in the Middle East. Njiru, you've been assimilated to quickly to elitism. You've been as that was too quick. And that is where we fail. People like Miguna fail. People like Kuru Akot fail. They congratulate, say, oh, dynasties must go. They go Twitter all over. And later on, they are like, Ruto must go. This is not what we said. My friend, you have to be, even in your psychophancy, you have to be moderate so that you understand the trajectory that we are talking about. Traditionally, the interest of the West, dominated by white male, has been anti-black economically. Post Second World War, what we call today UN, World Health Organization, UNEPs, all these good names were created to create one center of system, the dollar being the almighty currency, so that neocolonization through multinational companies could be the order of the day. And it's almost impossible for countries even like China, whether they want to come with brink and anything, you ask them, how much are you worth of? They cannot come from that snooker. They will say 800 billion US dollars again. They have no any other measure to come out of it. And we are saying that in as much as you may come out by saying there are a few ABCD, what is important is the interest of a country and how it views us, not an individual. How we deal country to country affects us more than an individual and an individual. We had even a black man whose father was born in Africa. There's nothing he could do. The system remains the same. So it cannot be because your allegiance and loyalty is into these people. Now you think that now the whole system is going to change on how it looks on us. Njiru, that is one of the most conniving assumptions that you are making to us. We are not looking as an
Alex,
individual.
first of all,
Even
remind us
even
that
us.
US dollar is not backed by what do you call it? It does not even have a gold reserve.
Okay. You know, Bwana Pogon, Budu takuja in 1 minute.
Alex,
You know,
many get.
I have heard that, but Bwana Pogon kuna kitu. You know, me from the school of thought where I reason from, I never put the blame of my failure on another being. That is the school of thought which I agree on. Like when I'm looking at
So we want to take everything we have ever said here about Ruto, and now we are saying the country is not failing because of Ruto.
That is not what I mean. I'm trying to say, like, predominantly.
Now, when it comes to Ruto, you change the rules in the middle of the game.
I'm not changing, but PSCC, we have a moral authority to get him out of power if he is affecting us. We have that moral authority. But where is he in power? So partly because it is of our own failure. There is a failure of the system, either from us or the way we are approaching the issue. That is where he is affecting us and he cannot get out of power. So there is a failure from us. So that's why I wanted to say that I will not blanketly say that all the problems in the world, it is because of the white male. I will not say that, because that has been something which has been philosophically put. I agree. The world power has been oscillating from point to point, starting from the Babylon, Egypt, the way it was, the white male domination to power, mostly from the Roman Empire, coming all the way to now. Maybe we can say around 1700 years. But there's a question which I'm asking: why is this white male dominating us, and the black man is not able to do anything? Like, what is the black man doing to get himself out of this yoke of the white domination, which we want to say here? I can see many people are trying to say that I'm naive, which is okay. If that is the degree of assertion you want to say, I can see now Francis has power, even Sasa, to say I'm a very naive person, which is okay. But there is something I want to say here. Why are we blanketing our issues only to the white male. What is the black man not doing right? So mnataka kuniambia zile mashida ziko Kenya, it is because of the white male. Me, I need somebody to explain to me how is the white male coming to kill people in the protest? Because those are the problems which we are having. Okay, the issues of Bill Gates, okay, that one I can say is a white male. Bill Gates is a white, okay. Bill Gates diametrate shit. But again, Bill Gates is not coming with a gun in our heads and telling us that you have to accept this policy. Bill Gates has been rejected in some countries. Bill Gates has been rejected in some countries. So why are we trying to say some of these people have gotten platform in Africa because we like it, or those Africans have given him platform? So what is a black man doing to alienate himself or to get himself out of this problem? So those are the things which we should be saying here. But when we are talking about that white male, white male, white male, it is a problem which will become a circular problem. It will never end. Yes, the white male have been having the issue, but you know, that one is the neo-post era of blame, which people are also talking about. Why are Chinese not being affected by the white male? Why is China developing amidst the time where the same white male is dominating? Why are countries developing? Singapore, which Ruto is saying is taking us there, a pipe dream for him. Why is Singapore developing at the wave of the white male? I'm just trying to ask, why is the white male only affecting Africans and he is not affecting other people? Are other people more important than us? Why is Japan rebuilding post World War II? Japan, immediately after after World War 1945, they are totally devastated. They have nothing. They have been bombed. 2 major cities have been put to ruins. They have reconstructed to a scale where now they are a superpower, or they are among the powerful nations in the world. Why has Japan rebuilt? At the same time, Africans, us, we have not done anything. And we are all the time we are talking about the yoke of slavery. All the time we are talking about the yoke of slavery.
But why Njiru, you are saying a lot. Listen, first of all, before you even get out of Africa, we have Burkina Faso, where Traore is already doing so much to show us that we can do a lot of things. Yes, it has not to look at our inadequacies and to think that we are lesser than human beings that are not black like us. So we cannot. We can. What you're asking, how do I put it? But I want to tell you that even in Africa, people have started to make strides, like Traore has done. So it is up to us to stop looking at these people that are going to come here. And, yes.
When Mugabe, when Mugabe decided, whether you like it or not, we are going to take our land back, and the reason we went to the trenches in the armed struggle is so that we can have our land back. Before you people came to Africa, we had our own unique problem. We used to have the Shona and the Bemba used to fight in regard to cattle, ABCD. But when the colonists came, they had one common problem. Their land had been taken. So they united and fought. And the deal they were given is 500 years deal for the lease of their land. Njiru forgets so quickly post-independence, even until the other day when Matiang'i is the Minister for Education. Even our own system of education, Mutiani zinakuwa printed kule because of some of the deals we signed in the Lancaster House. Njiru is so ignorant in regard to post-colonialism, what we signed and how it has affected us, and he thinks we are here yapping and making a lot of noise for no apparent reason. Okay, and this kind of lies have made people think that we are lazy, we don't think, we are not like the Chinese, that is why we are back, ABCD. Now, if you look at the climate change program that we have been collectively put together by force, one of the things is that we cannot even have nuclear power. You know, There's so much conversation we can have within this aspect for you to understand how post-colonial stringence, it's like we were put in an embargo that we can never get out of. Some of the books that were written by, like who? Let me give you one of the best books by an African you can read, by Professor Bemba, who talks about the viscerality of life, and is a very good professor in South Africa. I want you to go read about geopolitics and biopolitics, the UN Charter 1976, when Henry Kissinger presented his paper on how we should be annihilated and African population should be reduced because we can become a superpower because we were giving too much birth. And therefore they came up with what we call birth control so that they can deal with us. Now, Njiru, you are acting as if these problems are basically brought by African, exacerbated by Africans, kept by African, and we are just our own, we created our own slavery system. Njiru, how the world economy operates, it is too difficult for you to understand maybe. One of the things, the economic indicators do not matter when it comes to the US and other countries. But when it comes on grading some place like Kenya, if Kisumu fought last week, it will be downgraded. And we see fights everywhere in America. So, Njiru, do not come here to lie that some of these problems are only... All the problems that Africans have today were brought by, actually one person said, by the British Empire. And we are dealing with them until today. If you cannot take that, then we cannot solve. You have to define where the problem started, who brought the problem before even we deal with it. These are not the problems that we brought into this world. These are problems that were created, and we are trying to resolve them based on things that we do not understand. The economic problems that we have are not the same like the Chinese and also the same like the Japanese, the same way you are just simply bringing it here so that we can say, oh, the China did this, the Japanese did this. We have more difficult problems than you may understand. Our gold, the way it's graded, is not the same way. Once it gets out of Africa, it's graded. Let's take even the coffee itself, that inatoka huko kwenu, Mr. Njiru. You understand very well that the market of the coffee cannot be defined by Kenya. Of all things, it goes first to Mombasa, from Mombasa to Britain, then the rest of the world. They are the ones to grade our coffee in the world market. And you say that we have a playing field. Njiru, elitism has eaten you too quickly. That title has sucked you. You have been assimilated too quickly, like Miguna and Akuru Ekot, who in the broad daylight say the dynasties have been done what? Defeated. 2 months later, they are crying. Ruto must go. And they are the ones who are celebrating. Don't let elitism lie to you that our common problem was brought by Africans. That is a pure lie. That one I will disagree with you.
Okay, let me respond. Uh, elitism, as you call it, elitism is a I don't believe that elitism in this world exists. Again, it's a world which has been brought to divide people. So I don't believe in the word elitism. So I think it's just it's an illusionary statement, elitism. So it does not exist. What exists is people trying to change the world, people trying to do things which are meaningful. And I want to tell you, Bonabudi, that what always shocks me is that we are the only people, Africans, who we have perennially put our blame on other people. to the extent we have refused to solve our problems. And it is a problem. You know, I have interacted with Asians. The Asian mentality, Bwana Budi, is different with our mentality. Go interact with Indians. Indians are not talking the way we talk. They are trying to assemble a working system for themselves. It is only us Africans who we have perennially said how watu walitufanyia hivi and we cannot move. And that is the school of thought which I will not go into, even if I'm being told that I'm in the elitism. I'm in the school of thought where I believe Africans have capacity to solve their own problem. And I cannot perennially blame somebody on things which are not working. This Ruto who is destroying us is our own effort to be in power, whether it was helped by people we don't know or people we know. But I want somebody to explain to me how the problems which we are facing, they are predominantly been caused by other people. And you separate that with what we are trying to do other people, because I don't understand. Because I interact with the Japanese. Japanese, even though I have seen somebody saying here that everybody has used the capital. This UN which we are talking about here, even Donald Trump himself is against it. He has always been criticizing this Donald Trump, this UN all the time. He has been saying they have left the mandate. So it doesn't mean that even like the UN itself, it's not like every American or every European agrees with them. Just like the way as Africans, we do not agree with them. So I don't think why we are not taking that.
Can I ask you a question, Jill?
Okay,
Who produces the largest amount of uranium in the world? Who produces the largest amount of uranium in the world?
I was hearing, there was a time when I was hearing it was Russia.
It's Africa. Now, are we allowed to enrich uranium in Africa? Yes or no?
Have we tried the efforts to enrich it?
Are we allowed? We are, you know, Njiru, elitism is killing you. You cannot even act. You know, Njiru, listen. But do you know what they are going through by just trying to enrich it?
As Africa tried to even
Njiru, question answer. Njiru, are we allowed? Are we allowed to do that?
Who gives power to do it?
Your people, boss. Let me tell you, it is your people. The ones that now you are telling us that they have no power over us. They are the ones. Go to the nuclear. Go to the website right now of nuclear enrichment and tell me the crime that Iran has done over the years. Why does it have sanctions? Why does Iran have sanctions? Go tell me.
Okay, let me explain about that. You see,
why does it have sanctions? Question.
As Africa tried to negotiate it, as Africa tried to do that,
who gives us permission? Now the question now, as you are changing now the rules in the middle of that game. Now, who do we negotiate with? Zero. Who do we negotiate with? Tell me now.
There are agencies which have been put up on that. We can negotiate with them.
Those agencies.
There is a global power agency which we can negotiate with them. You see,
does Africa have a seat in that global agency? Is Africa represented in that agency that now you're claiming that we should negotiate with?
But there is we should do an attempt to do it. Why is Africa not coming together and having a revolt and saying that we will not? Why are they not boycotting that UN? We will no longer be in the UN without a seat. Why do they just go there and give mere speeches? You know, Bwana Budi, you cannot blame people of your problems. Africa has not done the right thing. Why are they not having boycotts? Every time they are being routed to China, they are being routed to Russia, they are being routed to New York. Why are they not having revolts and saying we will never attend those meetings again? Why are they attending meetings where
So
they have
boycott who? You said first of all there is nobody who has hindered us. So we boycott who? I want you to tell us boycott who.
Boycott that UN if it is the one which is hindering us. If somebody is not helping you, why are you working with him? Why is Kenya all the time?
Who is that who now? Tell me who is that who, because you are evading the who.
I am
now
not
we've come
evading.
all along
The
that
UN
who should
is a
we ask?
global agency.
Who should we negotiate with? Who should we boycott? Who is that who?
There is the UN, there is the UNEP, all those people. There is Washington, you can negotiate with them. You can ask for a meeting and you negotiate with them. Why is Africa not willing to negotiate?
Meeting with who? UN. Who is UN?
Even if it is the US, you can ask for a meeting with Donald Trump and you go and negotiate with him. Why are you not negotiating with Donald Trump or even that Macron of France? You tell him.
So who is Trump to negotiate with our uranium? First of all,
no, I'm talking.
Why is he tied to our uranium?
If we have technology to do our uranium, we can do it. Why are we not having memorandums of understanding and saying we want to do our uranium? Why is Kenya not?
Why should we have memorandum understanding and it sits in our soil? That's the question. And that is what I've been telling you, Njiru, that these things you are talking about, Njiru, is that there is a world order whereby the white dominance. So the who you are talking and you are running away from is basically the white dominance. And now you are here saying we should take accountability based on, and now I've asked you a simple question in terms of uranium. You are saying we should, why will you negotiate with somebody how you are going to get kids with your wife?
You are not going to harm somebody. Okay, Kenya can enrich the uranium, but you need permission and you have to give your a written document that I am enriching my uranium and this is the target, this is what I'm going to do, because there must be a regulatory body. It's just like in Kenya, we have water regulatory authority. We have authorities which regulate, like if you want to tap water from somewhere, if you want to use trees, we have regulatory bodies. Whichever the regulatory bodies, you have to explain to them what you want to do with your uranium. And your uranium will not be a threat to Tanzania. Your uranium will not be a threat to Ethiopia. We need that. But you cannot just start saying that I will enrich and you want to become a danger to everybody. You have to explain how you want that uranium to help you. Why are you not explaining that? But if Kenya has technology of doing that, why are they not doing it?
So who puts a threshold that this is the danger?
Sorry?
Who puts the threshold that we are dangerous?
Mzungu.
You know, Njiru is running over something that he can know who, but he can't answer. Who is who?
I don't believe Wazungu owns all those things.
Oh, so you don't believe Wazungu have told us we cannot enrich. I gave you one example. I asked you for an example before. You refused. I have brought an example that is global.
The global population of the white population in Gapi sahi kwa dunia.
It does not matter everywhere in the world, including Upper Ethiopia. It doesn't matter the population. What we are saying is the dominance and how it has overtaken us through what we call
4% of global population. We cannot be complaining of being fugitives of 4%
why are you in this country? Are you not a fugitive of your own education? Why are you in this country?
I'm here because I got an opportunity.
Opportunity. What do you call opportunity? Because you are being hijacked by the system to be told that this is called opportunity, my friend. Nimekufikisha kona, my friend. What you call opportunity is neo-colonization.
No, but if I had done
it, but what?
I could have done it.
So who said it's no equivalent? Kwani did you export your brain? You did not have the same brain. Now let me counteract you. Kwani umekuja ukanunua brain hapa?
Budi, I will not continue with you. You know what you mean, and you are trying to just discredit a very valid point.
There's nothing. You are just hindering your own conscience. Okay. You cannot exacerbate something that you can also see.
How 4%?
The
How
who, the who, whether they are 4%, you need to call them out.
4% in the world, and it has
Yes, yes, we don't.
It has reduced from 30 to 4%. I want you to explain.
It has hijacked the spiritual lifestyle of ours. It has hijacked the economic lifestyle. It has hijacked the pop culture. If you look at Anglican, it's owned by the monarch. If you look at Lutheran, it's owned by the German government. If you look at Catholic, it's owned by the Italian government. It has hijacked the religious corner point. It has hijacked the economic corner point, and it has hijacked the pop culture. The education that you're talking about here, whatever those grading, it has hijacked all these things. So you cannot come here and start saying, who is that? The who is the one you are serving. That today we can call our look for instance, Huawei. China is being colonized until today. You are the person the other day who was arguing against ChatGPT and DeepSeek. I think something like that. And you were saying DeepSeek is more superior than ABCD. Now today you have changed your game here. Eh?
No, I have not. So okay, why is Traore doing great things in his country?
Traore doing nothing. Traore took over when it was only 26 kilometers, the whole country. Now it has put 300 kilometers and people are bringing it all over. Traore has done nothing.
Traore, so you want to say it is media propaganda which has been saying that
it is not media propaganda. He is doing well based on where they were left. You cannot tell us to compare ourselves with the French colonies.
No,
my friend.
What I'm trying to say is that, success is not measured by quantity. It is measured by the rational steps you are putting.
So building a tomato processing company, is that what we are going to sit here instead of us saying, okay, are they allowed to use their uranium? Can they enrich their uranium without sanctions? Let him do the bold step that Mugabe did.
Hey, Alex, Bana, you're not being fair to Traore. However much we want to also control what we are going to be doing with our continent, including and allowing ourselves to enrich our nucleus and uranium, we still have to begin somewhere. Now that Traore has begun from 11 kilometers to 300 kilometers, from no processing to now tomato processing factories and also an electric car factory, that's something, my friend. That's something, and you should applaud. Why are you watering it down to look like it's nothing, my friend? Yes, he's taken it from nowhere, but he's at least heading somewhere. You are trying to defeat everything now, Alex. You're trying to defeat everything. It's like there is nothing that anybody can do that can amount to anything that's going to change Africa. No, that's not entirely true.
Nataka kuuliza Budi swali. So Budi, can you explain to me, without bringing the white domination in the world here, can you help me understand? Can you tell me the African problem in African context? In African context,
actually, our African problem, I can say it is like the previous president of Burkina Faso, totally depending on the West.
No,
and looking up to West. But kama sisi wenyewe tungeanza kujiangalia sisi wenyewe, listen, kama sisi wenyewe tungeanza kujiangalia wenyewe na tuache kuangalia wazungu, tunaweza endelea mbele sana. And remember, by the way, hawa wazungu hawa
the explanation I need is what is the African problem putting the white man at periphery? I need to be I want somebody to dissect for me the African problem without putting Muzungu hapo.
I think it would be better for us, first of all, the first problem Africans have, we don't have our own language to talk, so that we are able to dissect these things in our own language. We have a communication problem. Okay, that's the first problem we have. We were hijacked from our mental consciousness to the point that even when we speak, we talk like dissect. Can you tell me what is dissect in an African man? There's nothing like that. Our first problem is that we have lost who we were. For us even to start talking, we can't even talk because we don't even know who we were.
So, in other words, like, are the problems which we have without, can they be solved in an African concept? Can we become a super world in African dichotomy?
Zimbabwe tried, and you've seen how much Zimbabwe has failed. Cuba tried. I'm not saying Cuba is part of the Africa, but Cuba failed terribly. South Africa has tried to give land to its people. It has been told, try, and you will see the consequences. And yet you are saying that we can go ahead and do it. My friend, the sanctions are looking at you, and you are going to wonder. And that is why we are saying that we've been hijacked, but we don't know what we can do for now. But if you are going to be hiyo jina nani kipa alisema sitaki kurepeat, but if you are going to be cheering people like Vance, it is okay, go ahead. But we need to understand that the Western countries will bring no change to us. How will change come? That is a discussion that we need to continue having. But building a tomato factory whereby there is power rationing 3 days in a row is not helping us. Allow us to enrich uranium. Allow us toi carbon ambayo tunaambiwa if you don't do the carbon this you are going to get some money from us. There's one clip that is very funny that Tinubu who said they don't allow us to use firewood, but they don't want to give us money. Can you put that clip? When we go to all this climate change, it is still neo-colonization, my friend. We need to look beyond and understand that is nothing good that we are getting out of these people. We've put ourselves in a hole that we do not know in the future how we will be able to get out of this snooker. How? I don't know. That question, I'll tell you the truth. But currently, continuing in this trajectory, we are putting ourselves even in a bigger, deeper hole in the politics of lying that, oh, Trial is doing well, oh, Ruto is doing well, oh, Munangawa is doing well. No, no.
You know, like,
Do you, Alex, mean that there is nothing that we can learn from the likes of Traore, from the likes of this guy from Rwanda? Do you mean there is nothing that we can learn from, even from the way that the West has been treating the Arab countries? I think there is a ceiling to what they have put us under. Like we are way below the ceiling where they've put us, where they can allow us to scale. We are way below because according to me, what happened in Iran about this nuclear sanctions and the attacks about nuclear, because it's all in suspicion. Nothing has actually been happening. Even the reports that were submitted to, I don't know, to the US or by who, through their espionage, they found that there was nothing there happening, like them having stockpiles, the what do you call it, nuclear warheads and things like those. Nothing like that was really happening. What was happening is just the West trying to make sure there is nothing in the Arab country like nuclear happening or ever coming to happen. Now, when you look at countries like the UAE, it's not like the West like them, not like the European like them. But I think that's a ceiling that they've put up, that all these other people that are not like us, they can rise as much as this, not beyond. So as Africans, sometimes we only shoot ourselves on the foot and expect also to still walk upright. It's not going to happen. Like, for example, look, last week we just, was it last week or this week? The last week on Sunday we buried Raila, and from the way you saw the masses of people, eulogizing, some going there physically, others and very many from across the world trying to eulogize him. You cannot tell me that that is the person that was number 2 in the last general election. That's not true. That is a lie. But we allowed the West also to still meddle in our elections so that they decided who was going to be the president for us instead of us rising up and making sure that we have our own installed president. If we start from small things like that one, it's not going to be easier for them to control us like this. But now, us talking about big things like this geopolitics about enriching uranium, we're way away from it. We still have a long way to go. That is a long way to go. These baby steps that Traore is making, these baby steps that this president of Rwanda is doing, those are the things that we should be doing. But first of all, it's supposed to start from us. We should be having the very people that we put there, because I don't remember any one time any Kenyan asking one of the leaders to go to the West to look for help. And even when they bring their manifestos, none of them keeps telling us about the West. But immediately they get to power, suddenly they are sitting in the UNGA conference. I don't know what it's called. Suddenly they are with so many other people trying to negotiate about very many things that we never agreed upon. We never agreed over. Am I making sense, Njiru?
Yeah, I'm listening. Naona pia Joseph ako hapo, unaweza mpea nafasi as we move
Yeah,
forward.
Joseph, karibu.
Maybe Joseph amekuja to veer us off from this contentious discussion, which has made everybody say that I'm out of order, which is okay.
Najua wewe ni mtu wa nini Vance na mtu wa Trump so ninajua sijasikiliza sana kile mmekuwa mkiongea hapa, but I can get a world view kidogo of what you're talking about. And I think I met when Alex was disposing free education to everybody here. And I think Pogong has gone at it easier and said about the things that are happening. These are the things that are happening in this current 21st century, that we cannot be able to shackle off our chains from the West. It is a problem within, I think, so many continents, starting with Africa. You go to Asia, you go to Australia itself. Even Australia itself is still struggling with the interference from the West. So I have just heard Pogong saying about how they are doing in the Middle East, and I think he's giving you a sneak peek of what is happening exactly in Africa. You know, Africa, we are regarded as the black continent where we are not given respect. You know, at least in the Middle East, they are given that a little respect because of what they have. You know, they have minerals and oil, and they are rich in oil and in gas, so they can be able to be at a table, at the eating table. But for us, we are given the leftovers which are falling from the table. So I think also, as we are trying to say that we can learn from Traore, I think also Traore is finding it hard also for himself, because breaking off the shackles of this colonizing powers, you know, we are still in neo-colonization now. We are in a new phase called neo-colonization. It's very hard because these big Western countries, they are the ones even who manage your economy. They manage your economy. Second, they manage your security. Then that they even manage what you speak. If you look at the softwares we are using to be able to express ourselves, all of them, they are coming from these European countries. Just go and look at from this Western civilization. Just go and look at the Facebook you're using. Go look at the WhatsApp you're using. Go and look at the YouTube you're using. All of this is coming from those certain areas and corners. So even the media and the freedom, the social media you are using, all of this is coming from there. So when you look at that, you can clearly tell that we have been withheld from so many things. That's why you see. I don't know if the US really. I think they got shocked when they found that Kenya had had been able to come up with a software where they can be able to create how you can send money through a mobile. I think that one shocked them so much, and you could really tell by even them coming, like the CNN coming and investigating that how can a country in a third world be able to send money, be able to send money through the mobile, and you receive it to the other party, and you can be able to pay your goods and services using the same service and using only a SIM card, and you'll get money through the airwaves. So I think this one also disturbed them so much. So I think we are still in the neo-colonization phase, and it's neo-colonization even is worse, because when you are colonized in 90s, you could really tell that you are fighting an enemy you are seeing. But right now, you don't know which enemy you are fighting. You cannot be able to fight this enemy, because how will you fight it? It has no legs, it has no hands, it has no face, it cannot show you the face. So that is what we are passing through. And it well goes, even I think everybody here supports a team. So it all goes even into the football we support. Just go and see the kind of football we are supporting, and the kind of places our players are being called to. You find so many of our players are being called to the certain leagues that they are very fond of to play. But when you hear them being called up in these local leagues, is like they don't play with their heart. So sijapata mkiongea yote, mi nimeongea kidogo ya ile nimepata mkiongea, just kuguzaguza.
Joseph, on that, can I ask you a question? Do you know that the Western countries walikasirika na Wakenya na Waethiopia wakawambia maybe Ethiopians and Kenyans should have their own marathons? Did you hear that? They were proposing that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, what I really heard, Alex, it was about even Faith Kipyegon. You know, they said Faith Kipyegon is using antidote medicine. You know, it was
So,
very frustrating.
yeah, so they are proposing that we are winning too much. We are of a different species. We are not human beings. And we should actually have our own marathons. So, Njiru, I want to know which one are we competing in ambao umetuambia.
na kuna kitu pia nimesahau. Unajua Pongong amekuja akatuambia kuhusu Traore. Traore is doing good things, but where is he going from? Unajua ametoka west, now he's going where? He's going to the east. So bado hawezi simama on his own feet.
Joseph,
Yes.
Joseph, did you say Pongong ama Pogon?
Pogong.
That's why I said we don't have our language. That's number one problem we have. It's not
His name
Pongong.
is?
That's not, let him tell you.
Hey, Alex, why should I tell him? And I already just wrote it. Just read it. Don't read your own things. Just read what is written there.
Pogong. Is that right? Pogong.
Where are you getting the G? Where's the other G coming from?
Sasa mimi nimeandiki. Oh, so which one is silent? G or the H? Which one is silent?
No, everything is just H is silent. It is Pogon, not Pogong.
Okay. Sorry. Nini hiyo colonization? Usijali. Nini tulikoloniziwa? Watu wa mulima tulikoloniziwa bwana.
And Pogon, Ani is taking advantage huko chini anakuita pagan.
Hata nilikuwa nafikiria ameandika baboon, kumbe ni Pogun.
Alex, leo ako na furaha sana Alex. Naona leo ako na furaha. I think Alex should tell us where we are going from now.
Me, hakuna furaha. Actually, I'm so shocked with Njiru today. You know, I've never known that Njiru ni two-term. Like, you can be two-term without your knowledge. You can be actually two-term without your knowledge. Afadhali, Francis comes here and says two-term. Kumi bila break. Leo Njiru hapa ako 10 bila break na ajui.
Hebu nipe story juu mimi nimepata ati amesema 10 bila break.
Acha pagana akuambie hiyo maneno hapa.
Alex, kuna mwingine hapo hivyo anasema ati mimi ni house nigger. Mi si Uncle Tom Francis. Francis, kwanza in fact hiyo jina yako ni ya kina Uncle Tom. Mimi Pogon ni jina ya Kipokot. Flex na yako. Flex na yako yenye si Francis. Wachana na hiyo Francis. We don't tambua hiyo.
Nilikuwa nataka kujua about Jiru. I heard Jiru talking about nuclear and he has not explained well. I heard there is a nuclear plant being created in Homa Bay. I needed to truly understand
No, in
what was
Siaya.
this.
In Siaya, not Homa Bay.
Sorry, in Siaya.
Siaya.
I needed to know Jiru's stand on that because me, CJ, he's a guy who comes from that part of engineering. I needed him to tell us well and tell us where is his stand because sielewi vizuri nuclear. What I know is going to help us maybe kwa mambo na electricity, but me I don't know more about that. Maybe he can tell us.
Yeah, you see, it is true. Nuclear does so many things because you use a very small input and whatever you get is enormous. Like I was shocked to visit a certain nuclear plant somewhere and to hear that they were using a piece of 2,000 grams for close to 20 years. A very small piece, natoshana hivi tu adebas wachana na mimi. So I value my way of thinking. So let me tell you the reason why. Number one, there are some technologies which if you are not credible enough, kuna vitu uwezi, like a nuclear plant. And I want to tell you the reason why Africa has no capacity to handle nuclear power right now. Because nuclear is not about bringing new infrastructure. Nuclear is about maintenance. And I was in Kenyan University. I was seeing how they were unable to maintain those buildings. I have visited government offices. I have been to Nyayo House. Go when they want leaking loose, drainage pipes not working, unmaintained, services are not working in those buildings. There is much of this very serious construction infrastructure is not about bringing infrastructure into life. That is the easiest part. Laying a road is the easiest part. Putting asphalt is the easiest part. Putting concrete is the easiest part. Putting a pipe is the easiest part because like a nuclear plant is just a very simple thing to do. A nuclear plant, you just need thick concrete walls, which can prevent the rays from going under, and lead walls in those tanks, and some turbines to push the electricity. So it is not it's not something crazy. It's not something which cannot be done. It can be done even with the African knowledge. We have engineers who can actually implement nuclear technology. But can we be able to maintain that? Because for instance, if you want to know how disastrous nuclear energy can be, go and read something about the Chernobyl disaster of 1986 in I think it was somewhere in Ukraine, Russia. Either Chernobyl. Go and read about that disaster where there was a problem in the nuclear plant, and actually the nuclear dust. Actually, the problem is the nuclear dust actually flew even across the Atlantic Ocean.
Was it in Russia or somewhere in South America?
No, Chernobyl is Russia and Ukraine. Apple. It is the
Ukraine.
former
Oh.
Soviet Union.
In Ukraine.
Yeah, Chernobyl. It used to be called the Chernobyl disaster. And you also need to understand, like, when you look at countries in the Soviet Union, some of them are not very powerful nations, especially when they split from Russia. If you look at countries like Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, all those countries which split from Russia, some of them are in devastated position, like Kenya, when it comes to even their GDP. But when they were connected with Russia, they were strong. But when they got disassociated with Russia, their scale from the map came and went away. So they are no longer as strong again. So that is one of the things they lost. And the only country which was left surviving the global equilibrium was Russia alone. So when you look at this nuclear power plants, they are not things which cannot be done. They can be done. But the problem is maintaining them, having a workable budget for them, having a dedicated workmanship for them, because a nuclear power plant has to be manned for 24 hours, 7 days in a week. And the cycle continues. So the question which I'm asking, because I have interacted with the Kenyan project, I have seen Kenyan projects whereby Amea Canal, Yata Canal, there was a time when they were not even able to distill it, to desilt it, to remove the silt from the canal. Mutaro inakuja ni kama hata inajifunga, it even wanted to become a disaster. I have seen some dams which we have done somewhere whereby the turbines have done for, I don't know ni watu wangapi hapo wametembea Seven Forks. If you go to Seven Forks, there is Kiambere Dam. Kiambere Dam used to have 2 turbines. One of the turbine was not replaced for 15 years. We used to visit Kiambere Dam when I used to be a student. Na kuna turbine ilikuwa imeharibika, and inaitwa Kaplan. It is called the Kaplan turbine. It had been gotten from Germany. Hiyo turbine ilikuja ikaharibika. Ilikuja ikaharibika. Then for 15 years Kenya could not replace that turbine. When I became a big man and I visited Kiambere a second time, when I was now a working engineer, again, the same turbine we visited when I was a student in Kangaro school, which was not working. Now I have gone and even studied about turbines in school. Tumeenda hapo Kiambere, the turbine is not working. It was like a span of 15 years. So Kenya was unable to replace a turbine. Remember, hydro dams are much more easier to maintain. They are not catastrophic. As the only danger of a hydro is much water. Ni maji ikiwa mingi whereby they have zinaweza vunjika. But a nuclear plant with a government which cannot fund their education system, lecturers are striking because of 7 billion. Saa zingine unasikianga tukisikia like in Embu town where I come from, we are unable to even maintain a CT scan machine, or ile ingine inaitwa MRI, we cannot maintain. Unasikia ati MRI, there was a time like in Embu General Hospital, MRI machine was broken down for 3 years. I'm explaining of practical issues. MRI machine broke for 3 years. Hadi ikafika kuna jamaa akanunua MRI na hapo Embu town chini. Ati sasa unaenda Embu town unaambiwa kuna MRI na hapo chini, enda upigwe MRI na hapo. Hadi sasa nikaanza kujiuliza, what is this MRI an individual can buy and Embu Provincial General Hospital cannot. Lakini saa zingine Kenya, oh my God, I get sick when I hear of some issue. So what I'm trying to say is that nuclear power plant, they can be disastrous, and it's I will not trust Kenya, even if I'm told to vote for Kenya to have nuclear power plants. I will not vote for them. Personally, I would say Kenya can explore other options. We can, and the only problem is that doing a hydropower is very expensive. That is the problem which we have. For you to do one dam like Kiambere Hydro Dam, right now, you need like 20 billion to do a good dam. For nuclear and geothermal, you need less than that. So for me, I would actually encourage Kenya to do more of geothermal because we have an ending supplies of geothermal power. But I don't see the reason why Kenya want to work on unsafe technology.
You know, Njiru, I'm listening to you and I'm wondering where you're coming from and where you're going to. I mean, whatever you say, you know, it's, you know, every opinion is legit. And do you know some of the best scientists that work in Atlanta CDC are Kenyans? Do you know astronauts right now in Houston and both in Washington, D.C.? I can account about 12 of them were Kenyans. The whole issue, the way you want, hold on. Your trajectory and the way you're building on that theory of yours is in a wrong, you know, principle. You know, Njiru, we don't expect with the education that you have acquired that now you will be in this country forever because of what you have said. You cannot trust Kenya with ABCD. And because of that, it looks like for you, this is your home and you have decided. I think maybe Kipril is right about the Dakota, and I don't know. I hope he's right because you have just put yourself in exile, self-exile, like so many elitists have done, because the way they project Kenya is totally different. But Jiru, let me tell you, one of the most the best education in terms of countries, given the fact that I've been in the East, I've been in the West, I've been in the Middle East, I can tell you without a doubt, is our education. And we are some of the best human capacity development in the world. If you look from Oxford, you come to Harvard, you come all the way to North Dakota, and you know what I'm talking about. You go all the way to Europe, you will find a contingency of Africans who are just like you, who speak with deep accent, even though they are very educated with deep accent, but very effective. Okay, very effective. So your argument is shallow, is narrow, and does not hold water. If you look at some of the best institution in terms of research in the world that have gotten top notch, actually had very important researches that could have become biological weapons in the world, were Isipe and hii ingine inaitwanga not the one for HIV was called what? The one for HIV was called what? What was its name? Somebody remind me. The first to get the AIDS drug ambayo tulikuwa tunaambiwa, which was hijacked by America. Somebody help me remember that. This was
Kenya. So
no, yeah, Kenya. There's a medication Kenya first produced for the HIV. Now, these were volatile biological labs. Okay, Cambry. Yeah. Biological labs that if we wanted to kill the world, we could have. And I'll tell you, in terms of ethics, our scientists are top notch. And let me tell you, even if we hate these people sometimes from the lake, they've produced some of the best of the best. And I will guarantee you that they are very disciplined. So the idea here to start telling us that you don't trust yourself with your education and therefore you are going to stay here because of your education is nonsensical to me. If you want to stay here with your education, you stay and deal it with here where it is safe. Some of us want to go and practice our education back in our country, and we know it is safe. We still have some of the best researchers in Kenya. In fact, Jomo Kenyatta Institute of Research and Technology Research and Institute is having some of the best nuclear and also biological researchers in the world. You know that. So hii maneno yenye unataka kuleta that if you want us not to trust you, just say don't trust me with this, even if I am educated. I can agree, but don't put our country into yourself.
that you can. No. What I have known today, I cannot trust you with even this channel that it is a 2-term. It is a 1-term. No. You have told me that we cannot trust ourselves, but I will not extend that to anybody. I will only extend it to yourself, and I'll tell you that I still believe there are many people educated with ethics, given an opportunity to practice whatever we can practice here because of the laws that are unfair to us. If given that opportunity to practice in Kenya, they will. ISIPE is one such organization, and you know it. Why didn't they cause a biological nini? KEMRI is one of the best research institutes. Why didn't they produce a biological weapon and coerce the world with it? Njiru, your argument is weak. Just say that you just don't trust your own people. And I think Nani has an answer. Wewe kama umepata mtu huko juu, just tell us. Tukuja harusi. Tukuja harusi.
Okay,
tuachane na wewe.
Budi nimekusikia. I want to show you something. Let me show you. That guy is a top NASA engineer. He is a Mwembo anaitwa Kamwana. So I agree we have top people everywhere. He's a top NASA engineer. Yeah, anaitwa Kamwana. He is my good friend.
Njiru, I don't know why you...
Kidogo, wacha tu nimalizie statement. Ile kitu nimesema ni hii. Kenyans are doing amazing things abroad in great places. But what I said is that how many Kenyans have returned back to the Kenyan environment and they have been frustrated. They have not been able to be of the effective equivalence which they have been doing abroad. What I said is Kenya has no capacity. There is a difference between a NASA engineer in America and a NASA engineer in Kenya. A NASA engineer in NASA is facilitated and is being given everything to succeed there. An engineer in Kenya is not being given much of the facilities to succeed there. It's not that we do not have knowledge, but you have to mix knowledge with the facilities. In Kenya, our concept is improvise. Bwana Mbudi, hata unajua hiyo. I've worked there. Saa zingine tulikuanga vitu zingine hakuna. So our concept was hata kama hiyo kitu hakuna, tulikuwa tunaambiangwa you improvise, you have to think. You don't have a GPS. You don't have
and yet you used to improvise. And now you are telling us that we can't be trusted. If you could and you did and you are where you are, my friend, you should trust everybody.
Wait a little bit. I want to take you a notch higher. But much of the things which are happening, the same people who are working in the West, wakiletwa Kenya, much of the things which are happening is the corruption deals. Vitu zingine, they are not even percolating. Hata yeye, unakuta, he is now even, you are not improvising because those things cannot be there. It is because they have been eaten in the corruption chain. So what I'm trying to say here is that Kenya, unless we change much of the things, can we report correctly? Have we stopped lying on basic things? Are our Kenyan people diligent or tutaekelea power plant hapo ya nuclear, and then because of corruption, vitu zifanyike pale and we are not aware? That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm not trying to say that other countries do not have corruption. Get me well, but what I'm trying to say is that kuna mtu amepeana example mzuri hapa. Let me ask you, Bwana Mbudi, a honest question. Kenya, if the greatest problem we have in Kenya is solid waste. Solid waste is a big problem in Kenya. We have been unable to collect it and manage it. Kenya cannot deal with the solid waste. And the same Kenya which has been unable.
Njiru, before you go, I think we are going to another topic. Njiru, I would have loved you as a top-notch engineer in the country, because this is going to haunt you someday. This statement, you need to recant it. It's going to haunt you someday as an intellectual. Let's not now be careless on what we say. Let's say this. we have some of the best professionals, okay? We have some of the best disciplined people in the world. We have been failed by a government that ought to go so that we can know how to manage and respect our institutions, so that nobody goes to a certain profession. For instance, I'm in the finance and the economics profession, and when it comes to how I organize things, it's not based on my political affiliation. Okay, why? Because I understand that one is beyond. I will be lying to myself. Now, even you as an engineer, if given an opportunity, you are not going to say just because Ruto is a president and now you are an engineer, so you are going to cause whatever problem in your area. No, what we are saying is this: the government has failed the people who have had the greatest resilience. In fact, even in the middle of calamities, they've been educated even when the government did not offer them whatever they needed. So let's not blame ourselves collectively. If you could have singled out that our governments are inefficient and the way they operate, I believe we cannot trust the people in the government. I could agree. But saying I cannot trust you with your education and your professionalism, I think then let's close our institutions. Then why should we gather here and get educated and keep on shipping, the top cream to the world? And that is what we have done over the years. Look at our embassies. Jiru, if you were this student, you would not have been given your scholarship to come in this country. Why were you given? Because they know of your capacity. So let us, how can I put it? Let us essential these things into two. One is the people. We can be trusted, we are capable, and we have good intention. The government is the biggest culprit and the criminal here.
Okay, ni sawa. Leo naona everybody is on me, which is okay. Naona hata Lo is the truth. Amekuja and he has made me a punching bag, which is okay. But there's something I was explaining here. Unajua nile, but do you know that Bwana Budi, professionalism mutates depending with the government? Do you know if the government is corrupt, people tend to be corrupt?
That one I agree very well. That one I agree. It's contagious. But the thing is, let us not collectively say that we as Africans, the way the West are saying, that we cannot be trusted with our own minerals, we cannot enrich uranium, and therefore, and as you say, a small unit, 20 grams umesema sijui ngapi, is able to produce much electricity for over 20 years. And yet we produce it, take it to France, the Burkina Faso takes it to France, but they are not allowed to enrich it so that they can power their factory 24 hours. So the only factory works only 3 days a week. That is my argument against it.
Budi, ni piece kama hii, unaona piece kama hii hivi. Piece kama hii ya uranium can supply Kenya with the power for 20 years. Piece kama hii.
Yeah, so then why are we not talking about issues like those? Why would the West tell us that we cannot enrich our own uranium? If people like you saying we can't be trusted.
Alex, kuna kitu Njiru wamesema hapa and it's very dangerous. Njiru, that thing will haunt you, vile Alex anakuambia, it will really haunt you in the future. About saying we cannot be trusted. You imagine when, maybe for example, we say we get a good government in power, and they remember what you came here and said that you cannot be trusted, and you are supposed to.
The trust changes. The trust changes. I trust Kenyans. If we get a good government,
but you should start trusting your country even now. You don't trust your country when things are good. You trust the country even when things are good.
Joseph.
Yes.
Njiru anatumia trust kama ile trust ingine, ati trust changes. Njiru, stop that.
Would be serious. Ile kitu nasema, the government changes. Ukipata serikali mzuri wanakuletea policies mzuri. And people, why was it that in Kibaki we had now started fighting corruption by tooth by nail? Hata wale watu corrupt walikuwa wanaanzia, watu walikuwa wameanzia kupigwa, hata polisi alikuwa anapigwa. What I'm trying to say is that the government of the day will determine how people will embed themselves to that government. So if you have a good government, people will be pushed to the government the right way, and the trust level increases. Why is it that, like, right now everywhere in the world unakuta when they do the trust level of the
So
government,
the trust level increases or trust level changes?
if you have a good government, it increases. The trust level increases, which is a change also. An increase is a change. It changes through an increase. Right?
I'm not a scientist hapo, acha tu niachie hapo.
Najua ile kitu cha kusumbua ile trust nyingine, lakini ni sawa. And whoever gave that name alikosea sana. Hiyo kitu haifai kukuwa inapewa hiyo jina. It should be, they could have maintained that perennial name. Hiyo perennial name, the real name, that 6-lettered word, they could have maintained that name. So
lakini Njiru, what you should accept ni, even when the governments are corrupt or they are bad, things still happen, because we have had things that have been seen and they are happening. Kuna vitu kama hydropower. Sisemi ati wakati ya Ruto, we have seen like Kengen. It was a very good company, but what happened? We can come and say the government fought it. But things, you see, it's called resilience. One thing we have as Africans, we have resilience. And this our resilience. That's why you see even now tuko na serikali mbaya, but we are still saying we are going to resilience na tutoi serikali mbaya, kwa sababu we have the will na tuko na the patience and the nini in us, the hope in us. That is the one thing that the Africans have that haiko kwa watu wengine. So Njiru, ukikuja hapo tuambie kuhusu ati about ana tukipatia hiyo nini inaitwa aje, hiyo ni we develop a nuclear power. If they are saying it is going to happen, it's going to happen. But now the problem is we need to know and be able to understand that these things that we are given, these things, we need to start appreciating the people who are trying to take these steps. Like for example, Njiru, nikisikia Njiru ati unakuja kusema we need to start to work on something like turbines and what, you think I'll be fighting you? Siwezi kuwa ninakupiga nasema hapana, but it's you should also have resilience. Always kasema ati serikali ni mbaya, mimi nitakaa North Dakota na mrembo wangu. Mtu anatakaga unarudi hapa nyumbani, tunafanya majambo hapa, tunajaribu hata kama tutapigana nao, hata kama si resilience ya yule kijana alianzisha hii mambo ya M-Pesa, ingekuwa wapi? It would not be there. Alex is telling you good examples of Kemri. I have another one called Kefri. Kefri is dealing with what? They deal with the seeds.
Forest,
yeah.
Yeah,
Kefri. And then we have also another one, departments of seed. Kwanza iko Kirinyaga, I know you know it. Inaonesha wakulima how they are going to get good seeds.
Those people have highly been frustrated by the government. Are they even funded?
Probably. But they are still working, Njiru, even if you are frustrated. Sasa utafanya nini? Unajua vile tuko, you know what is up is damaging our systems is because we have entered nepotism. Hata corruption sana inakujaga baadaye because we have entered nepotism. We can only give work to our family members who even don't have any clue or idea what is happening in those fields. For example, you see these nuclear plants that they are going to establish in Siaya. The problem will be, it will be given to people who even don't have clue.
Hiyo hawezi jenga. Hiyo tu ni kelele ya ndovu.
Itafanyika tu hata kama si wakati ya Ruto, itafanyika tu juu
sasa
ikuanza ni wakati ya Ruto.
Atajengwa Kenya, lakini usiseme ati Ruto atajenga nuclear power plant.
Singesema hata ikuanza wakati ya Ruto. By the way, Ruto unajua Ruto is riding on things that were done by the previous government. Kama ujui hivyo, nuclear plant did not start today. It started a long time ago. I heard about it.
We want to do Mombasa Road. Have they even started an inch of Arami?
Now, let me tell you. Now, let's come there. How do you trust a person who is telling you that I'm going to build you a road through PNP? And then he tells you, I'm
now
going to be
Njiru,
taxing you the road.
Joseph, Njiru is changing the topic. Previously Njiru was here excited, Vance anakuja, na akikuja, the stalled projects ambazo ziliachwa, they are going to start because he's going to give Ruto money. How did that stop Njiru all of a sudden? You were so excited, Vance is coming, and those projects are going to continue. Or we have short of memory, Njiru. You even gave us one road in particular that will continue when Vance comes finally in Kenya. Kuna barabara ita continue. Now all of a sudden, Ruto cannot do it, isn't
it? I did not know Jiru said that. Jiru. Ati Trump haikuja projects zitaendelea Jiru. Are you even serious?
I did not say that project is zitaendelea. But what I'm trying to say is that even if you fund Ruto, he cannot do anything. He has received money from...
But Jiru, can we go to hindsight? Didn't you say that the stall project, especially barabara fulani, itakuja kuanza Vance akikuja, and that is why they give and take? Didn't you say that? Jiru kataa hiyo.
Of course, I said that America was pushing for a project in Kenya.
So it's told Vance akikuja, it will kick off. Didn't you say that? Kataa Njiru. We will go to hindsight. In fact, that's what made me come to this show, if you do not know. That statement alone. That is what I came. I asked you, which Vance? Is it Vance Hamil, Vance Wamarin, Vance wa Peter Tiniel? I was even shocked when you said that.
I'm also shocked.
Yeah, because
jamani, two-term leo inatupiga hapa.
Hapana, you cannot say that. You cannot drag me where I cannot dissolve. You know that very well. You cannot. Huwezi nipeleka kwa Ruto by force.
Keep, please, kindly, for my sake, rudi hapa juu. We need to finish huyu jamaa leo because he cannot speak from both sides. He said the duo. Now umenikumbusha kabisa. Now keep. He said it's going to risk. My friend nani ya Kipril, come up here. Huyu jamaa arudie kitu alituambia hapa. And I keep on saying, Jiru is two-term na ajui. When you start saying, in fact, not even a stalled road, he said dual, the Nakuru, through Ruto. Now anasema Ruto will never do anything. And he's the one who said it earlier.
It can be funded, he can be given money, but that money will be diverted elsewhere. And that's what he has been doing. Now
you have changed your statement. That's not the original statement you said. You were so excited, mpaka nikakwambia, excitement ni mbaya Njiru. Don't be excited about Vance until you speak what you don't even know. You were so excited.
Kipri should come and say, kwa sababu unatudanganya, unatupeleka hivi, and we need to know kama wewe ni tambili. We are not going to play this monkey business, bwana.
I can
Kipri should come up here.
You choose supporters for Ruto. Naona you people you choose supporters for Ruto, endeleni kumchagulia sasa. Okay, sawa, nimekea Kipril nini hapo akuja wa validate ili mufurahi. I can see today leo kuna vile yani for the last 3 hours is like I'm not resting. I'm just being pounded. Ni kama yani kulikuwa na kamukunji ya kunipound.
Hiyo lazima tukupound. How can you come and say that? How can you come and say that?
During Uhuru,
that is dangerous.
During Uhuru, there was a company by the name Bechtel. Bechtel is a very huge American company which does construction projects globally. I don't think, and they were looking for their first footprint in Africa, and they were doing it through. They wanted to do something in Kenya during Uhuru. I think during Uhuru ikakuja your project collapse. They wanted to do the Mau Summit thing. Kipril ameingia mbio sana. They wanted to do the Mau Summit thing. Then during Ruto time tukaambiwa sasa they want to do a Mombasa. And they were still looking for American investment. And you need to know
that. No, hold on. Didn't you say when Vance comes, he's coming to help Kenya, and it was going to be positive, and you started describing a dual carriage road to Nakuru. And you said, why can't you think of it as a positive thing? And we tried to tell you it is not positive. And we told you the exact thing you're trying to say here, that Ruto, that anything they come and do is they're going to give Ruto money so that they can advance themselves. Isn't that what we said?
Okay, I said that I was
Yeah,
being
no, just
yeah,
hold
nilisema hivyo ni sawa. To push the dialogue
we
ni sawa,
said that,
nilisema hivyo.
but you refuted Alex, myself, ukatupinga kwa sababu you're defending Vance. You are blind about African issues because of Vance. Now that the topic has come to Ruto, somehow your eyes have opened up. How all of a sudden, hallelujah, sijui nini?
Two term.
Exactly. Meaning,
Two term. Bila kujua. Kumi bila break, bila kujua. Don't advance here without your knowledge, my friend.
Uliingia kwa mtego peke yako.
Mtego gani?
Because we try to tell you that this guy is not coming for the will of Africans. Oh, kasema no, Vance is coming to do things all right. If you believe in Vance, mbona anapatia shetani pesa? Why? Njeru, acha kujificha sura. Just answer
And
the
now
question.
finally you are saying pesa yote inakuja, it will be diverted. When we told you whatever they are bringing is for political money ya Ruto kucampaign, ukakataa. Now umesema Ruto will divert. Anadivert anapeleka wapi? Now tell us.
Now, is it good that Vance can come now? Because you so believe in Vance that
No, we cannot prevent Vance to come because unajua Vance
we did not say
they also have some
Vance.
interest on terrorism in Somalia. They have American
Now
bases
you've
in
jumped
Kenya.
to Somali. Why are you jumping to Somali?
No, I'm not jumping. But I'm saying America's family is in Kenya.
Let's stick to this road of ours. Wachana na Somali. Let's stick to this road of ours. Yeah.
No, barabara Ruto hatajenga, but he will receive blessings of Bechtel or another American company.
Why not Vance?
Definitely, they will talk of infrastructural development because America also want to compete with China in Africa, and they are looking for footprints of how they can be able to do projects in Africa as well in infrastructure.
Umeingia mtego vizuri sana, and that is what we've been explaining to you. That there is no way they're coming to help us out of their good heart. There's nothing that Vance is coming here at, oh, I'm coming to see these poor Africans and we're coming to kuwasaidia kwa roho yetu mkunjufu. Ati tunakuja kuwasaidia. These are guys who are coming to oppress us. Na ni kitu umekataa sana kabisa, umekataa kuona kwamba these people are elected by Americans. These people are doing on behalf of the American citizens and they are selfish. Hata hiyo story yako unaongea juu ya drugs, kukuja ati wanakuja kuinvestigate drugs in Mombasa. You think they care about that? They just find that Kenya is just a route. Kenya is just a route for drugs to come into America. There's nothing to do with us. They don't care. If they can stop a war on drugs for them.
Kipril, you know, I'm shocked with what I'm hearing here. Hata nimeshindwa niseme nini. You know, in 2022, we were all here. Sidhani kuna mtu hakuwa hapa. And we know what happened. And you know the kinds of monkey games that the West played. And even you could see them clearly in Bombers of Kenya. They arrived even earlier. So they knew the monkey business that was being played. Is this the same monkey business we are playing again? Kama hii ndio game tunacheza tena hapa, we are all going in circles. Kama sasa advance akikuja, we are going to be saying that developments is coming at I don't know what. This is very difficult to translate. It's very dangerous trajectory.
Huyu mtu anafikiria Vance was elected by Kenyans or the world. These guys don't care about the world. Uishaisikia kitu ya America number 1 ama ukienda Britain, Kenya is number 1. I mean, UK is number 1. They believe in that so much that they're there, they were elected for the people and they want to keep power. When you saw that, what you think the ambassador, what was the ambassador to Kenya alikuwa anaitwaje?
Meg Whitman.
Meg Whitman was a Republican, by the way, not even a Democrat.
Very dangerous woman. I'd never liked her.
Now you may think that you may think that Trump wanted to remove her. There was no way Trump wanted to remove her. It was just the kitchen was too hot for her in Kenya at that point. It was not about elections. It was the fact that Kenyans were really getting irritated by her. That was it. Haikuku kitu ingine hapo. That's a billionaire, and she came and did some awful deals in Kenya to go and advance manufacturing in the US, to go build her companies out there. So Vance is coming to do the same thing. I'm going to tell you up pull straight up at two. If they're coming to change geopolitical stuff about Somali, we are just going to be a pawn. Tutaambiwa you have to do this with Somali, tuanze kupigana na Somali. Yet you know for a fact in Europe or any other part in the world, kama mmekosana na mtu na your allies of another country, that is where the Ukrainian war is happening right now. What the strategy is, we are supposed to bring soldiers from Ghana, Nigeria, or other countries to come and fight the Somalis because that is a distance. And it's opposite. Kama Boko Haram ilikuwa inakuja, us as Kenyans were supposed to go and assist the Nigerians. But then American wants us to fight with our borders. Does that make sense with you? When have you had US actually going to arms to fight against Mexico or Canada? They go out of their way to avoid any war in those two borders. And there's a reason for that. Yet they come to us, wanasema tuende tupigana na Somalia, alafu wanamwaga pesa kidogo, just a couple of billions here. But let me not lie to you. The gain that America is going to gain by throwing a few billions to Kenyans is way more than you may think. So let me tell you, your problem is, Njeru, you're blinded by your love for these people while you're in America, not realizing that when they're outside, when you need to think as a Kenyan, but I'm just telling you the truth. Kama unapenda Trump, kama unapenda Vance, think of them within the borders of America, but outside there, they are not good. And that is normal. Countries are supposed to be selfish towards protecting their own nations. So don't defend him when they're coming to our borders. But Njeru, just don't be naive politically. That is what is confusing me. Najua you're a very intelligent person, but you're naive. Vance is not coming with good intention, and it's not expected. It is not expected.
And do you think Vance will come to Kenya? Keep real. Do you think Vance will come to Kenya and not talk about elections in 2027? Because when he comes, they must speak about elections in 2027. It will be on also on that meeting.
Which African?
Na uchaguzi ya Kenya inawasaidia na nini?
Ati uchaguzi ya Kenya inawasaidia na nini, Jiru? Kwa nini wamekuwa wakijaribu kudini uchaguzi ya Kenya kudisturb? They want a puppet regime which they can control, bwana.
So, but it was a puppet regime from the previous administration. So, is Donald Trump also willing to continue with the Kasongo?
My God, you think Donald Trump controls everything? What is wrong with you?
No, make me. I could be naive, as you say.
You
help me
think,
to understand what is Donald Trump?
No, slow down. How many countries are in the world?
197.
Yeah, you think Donald Trump has got all those countries in their brain?
So I want you to tell me, according to Trump policy and his election policy, what interest does he have in wanting to help Kasongo have a second term?
That is people under him that are going to continue. You know what civil servants do? Civil servants always want to have continuity. Hold on. Can I just finish?
I know much of the 2,000 people who work for Donald Trump. I don't think they are ready for Kasongo.
Oh my God, you think they care about Kasongo? You know how many Kasongos
the new
around
regime comes.
No, what? Just you're not listening. That's the problem with you. You're not listening. Do you know how many Kasongos are around the world? You think it's just Ruto?
And all of them were not brought by Donald Trump?
He could care less.
You know, Njiru, in your defense for Donald Trump, you're becoming petty. Like, honestly, must you defend Donald Trump for the sake of the sovereignty of Kenya? Honestly. Like, you are defending Trump more than your own country.
I'm not defending Trump.
It's annoying, my friend. It's not like that's what you are doing. We are all listening to you. It's not like, sometimes I think maybe Million Meskia Vibaya, when I look at the comment section, In fact, they even prove that you're even not listening to yourself. My friend, you have to understand, Donald Trump does not change the American interest the way you think like that just because he occupies that seat, now American interests will change completely. Now we are going to have a different policy towards Kenya. That's your perspective. It's a flawed perspective, my friend.
Why do you
you're treating Trump's presidency as a deity, as a like as a theocracy?
Because he used a different route to get to power.
There is no different route he used, my friend. That is your own perspective.
Which one?
When it wasn't the election. Wengine walifanyiwa nini?
Jiru leo sijui uliambia nini bwana?
Kwani was he anointed? Yeye aliwekwa mafuta juu akakuwa anointed.
No, his route was different because they didn't
want him. Which one? Tell us which one.
The system did not want him. He used his own.
You're high. Jerry, you're high. You've drunk something, bana.
Kama vodka imekushinda wacha kunywa tu muratina.
They wanted to jail him, and that is why I believe is
that your argument from just because they wanted to jail him? Now his policy towards Kenya will be different.
How special do you think Kenya is?
Because he has always been saying.
You know, I've always thought. You know, let me tell you something, Jiru. You know, I never thought one day we will be like Fox News here. Like literally, we are Fox News here right now.
I have never. And by the Fox News, they deserve their right to disseminate whatever they disseminate.
Look at you! You are still continuing with that.
They deserve what they disseminate to people. There are people who listen to their propaganda.
Wait, Jeru. There is one thing you're not getting. Yeah, Kenya is so significant to Trump's head at the moment. We are so insignificant to him. There are so many countries that they have to.
Why are you scared that they are coming to destroy Kenya? Why are we getting scared that Donald Trump regime is coming to destroy Kenya?
Skiza kwanza. We are so insignificant to Trump that you said we have 191 countries. We have 54 states. How many? 51? I don't know. 55 states in America. Those are all in his Kichwa. This mediocre country to them that we call asshole countries are just one of the things that he knows. It's business continuity, that in the American policy, it's America first, meaning that even occasionally you can send the vice president or even the spouses to go visit one of these minion countries to go and oppress us further. We are so down there in terms of Trump's thoughts that I'm just trying to tell you that when they're coming to do this, they're going to do that to another country. They're going to go do that in Guinea Papa. They're going to do the same in Tanzania. They're going to do the same in Nigeria. And he's going to visit all these countries to make sure that there's continuity of the status quo. Elections, it means that every single country that they are getting their stinky noses involved in is just a business continuity that does not need to involve the president. Let me just tell you the truth. So if Vance is coming up, it's just business continuity.
True.
Wewe tu unaona tu kwamba sijui Trump has come with such policies that is not going to harm, not to harm the American people. You know, they can do so many wrong things outside the American borders, and the American people could give a fuck. How many years have you been in Afghanistan?
Why do you make today Francis become Wamunyoro instant? As if it's the truth tell. Sasa watu wote wanaenda Wamunyoro.
Unajua, one thing which I know in life, when you see majority of people disagreeing with you, always know that you could be right. That is the theory of right.
Uji bana. Umekunywa uji
No, no,
bana.
no.
So what you have said, so literally what you have told us that you must Ruto is right. Literally, I'm telling you, these guys are tutor. Literally, he has just told us here that Ruto is right.
Stop putting words in my
In fact, you are my friend.
I did not say Ruto is two terms.
No, you said when you see majority of the people. So one of the people we know right now, majority of the people are saying he must go. Is Ruto. So you have just proved that Ruto is right.
No, I did not say Ruto is right.
Stop. But you said if
majority you said one thing you know. So I was trying to tell you that your idea is wrong. You thinking that you are right is wrong just because all of us are telling you that. So if you don't agree, all of us agree that Ruto is the most the person that we disagree with. So it does not mean that he is right. Anything we talk about Ruto, you will change your idea. Anything that you want to exacerbate Ruto and we bring Ruto in, you will change your idea instantly.
I think Francis amekuletea uji bwana. Francis alikuletea uji.
Hebu na watu wa subscribe ama leo amuta subscribe juu I'm off the lane.
Wewe utafanya watu wa unsubscribe. Wewe achana hiyo hata leo.
Umenistua bwana, umenistua bwana.
Watu hawezi toroka. Wewe uone kuna watu 66 hapa wanasikiliza tu hiyo mambo. So you know bwana Mbudi, there is one thing which I like about diversity of opinion and the way we visualizing, and I know we are understanding things from different perspectives, American and Kenyan perspective. That one I understand.
But you're wrong.
Okay, I do not have
could be
being right.
Not could be. You are wrong.
Okay, okay. For the sake of discussion, I'm wrong. Let's continue. I'm wrong and you are right.
Weka mkono kwa chest to say I am wrong. Now weka mkono moja.
Okay, for the case of the discussion.
Not for the case. Take it wholeheartedly.
Ndio tuambie huko bwana, ama ubadilishe uandike KBB hapo. Ubadilishe utoe hiyo tuanguko uandike 10.
You know the beauty is that you cannot choose the people who I need to support, and my hatred for Ruto is now spanning.
Just come out.
My hatred for Ruto is now spanning 10 years and above.
Alex Nabudi tunauzwa hapa, tunauzwa bei ya jioni. Hapa tunauzwa bei ya jioni bwana.
No, I will never support him. So hata mkinidrag huko sitaenda. So Budi, let me
You're not dragging you. You're the one who's dragging us there, bana. That's what we
No, I don't think I am.
Hapa 10 bila break bana.
No. Ruto is going to be defeated.
You're selling us there, bana.
No, 2027 he is going to lose the election. And I am double sure Ruto is losing the election. Any sympathizer,
we know that, but he's going to steal. And you're happy with it?
No. Even if he steals, the majority will have rejected him. So forget about that. Tunajipanga and we'll be okay. I believe the majority conscious in Kenya is that Ruto needs to go. There's something I wanted to add. You know,
you just say when majority are wrong. So when did you just change that again? My friend, you know, hii uji wewe achana na Henneken, kunywa mrachina peke yake.
Pinya kabisa. Hata irudia hii mambo ya KBB lazima iangushwe leo.
No, I was explaining in terms of when it comes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has explained himself explicitly.
So when it comes to Donald Trump, when many people are against him, he is right. When it comes to Ruto, then he is wrong.
Ruto has never done any right decision.
Confused.
Yeah, umemwambia swali nzuri by the way. Answer what Alex has told you. Answer what Alex has asked you. Unafaa ujibu hiyo swali because there is no way. Unajua unasemaga kuhusu Trump. Do you think Trump is loved all over the world? Bila mnampenda huko you.
No, I don't want Trump to be loved all over the world, but I have my own reason why I think he is right on majority of the issues he supports. It's not about the love from everybody. Is the moral accord which I have attached to the personality of him, which he has.
You know, there are people in Rift Valley who tell me about that, and you've got even one spectator here called Francis. Hata kuexplainia Ruto ni mzuri sana. And that is the same. You are the equivalent of Francis in the US. Utakuja useme, oh, he's so good. Francis atakuja kutu explain about Ruto here forever. And tutamugonga, lakini there is no way going to change his mind.
No,
Now I'm just trying to tell you. No, I'm trying to tell you.
Mind yake. Yeah, aendelee tu kuhariwa na Ruto. It's okay. He has decided Ruto amharie na ni sawa.
Jiru, because you're not supposed to be talking about Trump only in the US, because you are a Kenyan, eh? What moral stands or things that has he done that are helping us in the continent, as like Kenyans?
By leaving us alone, so the reason why all this discussion in Kuja, it is because somebody snipped, and I don't know. Nasitakuwa nasoma comments. And
no, Jiru, your politics is not driven by ideology and principle. It is driven by proximity, emotion, and affiliation.
And that
you have proved that today. There is no moral principle where you say if majority of the people are against you, you are right. Then when it comes to Ruto, it becomes wrong. And it's because you have a moral affiliation. That's what you say. So there is no principality there. Acknowledge your emotionalism to politics.
But politics is emotions. What do you mean, Banambudi? Politics is
then,
emotions.
Then in as much as then give Ruto also due credence, that emotion, whereby a lot of people are against him, he is right too. The one that you give to Trump. Don't flip-flop it because of personality.
You cannot convolve that statement. You are convolving that statement. Who told you that the majority of people are against Trump? I have never gotten that data. I always
even here, you can see the three are against one. So what are you talking about?
It depends with their source of information. You know, I don't control the sources of your information. Maybe there is a possibility that you are not well versed with some of the information which I'm giving here. And
so Jiru, if you are saying it is our source of information, do I have a right to say also it depends with your state of thinking too?
Yes, you have a right of information to say that. You have a right to say that my state of thinking should dictate what I'm saying. That's right.
Your state of thinking is one thing.
Yes, and I do not disagree with that because we have different orientation of thinking, and I do not disagree with that. Hiyo nimekubali kabisa. So Bwana Budi, I have no problem with that. So lakini wacha niwaulize swali. Jimmy Wanjigi, wacha tutoke hapo because nimeona hapo mnataka tu leo, nimeona mnatafuta tu bahari ya kunikanyanga.
Lazima utoe hiyo statement Jiru. Lazima hiyo statement kwanza uclarify.
I just say Kenya cannot be able to do nuclear na Mbudi anataka niseme Kenya can do nuclear and it will happen under another leader, not with Ruto. Yes, we can do nuclear, but not with Ruto in power. We can do nuclear and Kenya has people who can do nuclear, but not with Ruto. Nuclear ya Ruto hata sijui. I even fear for Migori people. Sijui wanaiweka wapi. I fear for Migori people. With Ruto in power, ati anaenda kujenga nuclear hapo. I fear for Migori.
By the way, your state of mind is one thing. It is Siaya, my friend. Okay, you still prove it.
Leo unakubali umepikwa Jiru. Leo umepikwa vizuri.
Jimmy Wanjigi amesema leo ajui Gachagua.
Is the opposition united?
No.
Are you in the opposition?
You know,
actually?
Of course I'm in the opposition. Is the opposition against Ruto?
Yes.
100%. 110 and 110%. No.
I mean, look at what Ricky G.
Are you talking about winning an election?
Yes.
You think it's based on unity? You guys, can you just do some research? Hata muko na Wafula hapa. Do some research. Why was unity ever needed? Why?
The
Constitution. No, why are you listening? You're still listening. The way Ruto told you, you're still listening.
No,
to people.
I'm just saying.
I thought you were saying you're growing from lessons.
What did Ricky G say?
So you're listening to him now.
Ricky G,
Ricky G. Hold on.
No, I'm a journalist.
The Ricky G.
Are you friends with Ricky G?
I remember.
Are you friends with Ricky G?
I don't know Ricky G. I met him once or twice.
Please,
No, I'm telling you the truth.
Budi, hiyo ni yako. Budi?
Mimi maneno ya mlima mulisema tusikuze mlima. Watu wa mlima wako hapa ni wawili. Nyinyi limaneni. Vile mnajuana mimi sijui. Niulize juzi ya Simba Harati na Matiani.
Aya. Wewe tu sema tu unataka discussion irudi kwangu. Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
Unajaribu kututoa kwa discussion, lakini leo lazima uokoke bwana. Leo lazima tukuokoe. Leo lazima tukusanctify na maji takatifu. No. Lazima hiyo statement hata ukileta Ruto akiongea nini, lazima tukuondoe kwa hii mambo unasema. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaingia basi ya kuenda KBB na hatujui. Lazima hii mambo
tutarudisha hapo. But Jimmy Wanjigi is saying he doesn't know Rigiji. Is that true? Ama kuna uwezekano?
Jimmy Wanjigi ni mkora bwana. Una believe Jimmy Wanjigi? Hao ni wakora, wale wamekuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru na bado wamekuwa wakora kwa hii serikali. Na bado wanafanya biashara nao. Unadhania huyo ni mkora? Sana huyo mkora bwana. Hii hata siwezi chukua time yangu kusikiza watu kama Jimmy Wanjigi. Well, wanatupeleka wapi as a country? Yes, let him oppose. Unajua mtu ana oppose Ruto ni sawa. Let him oppose the way he wants. Bora ni make sure hizo kura. Lakini mimi I fear this businessmen wengi wao. Wengi wao unajua wanakuaga wako in business with the government. So that is what I think about Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi bado. I cannot listen.
Wacha video yake iendelee, wacha amalize, but he is saying he doesn't. So ili muendelee na hapo. So one person to 2100, please give us that subscription. Hata kama nimewakasirisha leo, I might not be in the same spirit you are expecting.
No.
Rigiji is everywhere.
I'll tell you when I met Rigiji. I met Rigiji when he came with Ruto to my NDC of Safina in 2022.
Okay.
They invited me to theirs. I invited them to mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I was very clear, at a mini presidential candidate. Okay? And I did not join them. Had Raila invited me to his, I would have also invited him to mine. He didn't.
Okay.
The next time I met Rigiji was when Martha invited me to a meeting at Karen Blixen. Right?
Mm.
Where we sat down. That's the first time I sat with the man.
How long ago was that?
When did Martha launch her party, PPL?
I think around 2 months
4 months ago or something, 5 months ago, 6 months ago.
Mm.
I went once. I've never been back.
Are you a loner?
It's not a question of loan. You see, what is the unity? What are we uniting about? Are we uniting about tribes or kingpins or issues? Or is it just one term?
To be honest, I'm seeing tribal unity. I'm not seeing issue-based unity.
Correct.
That, and I will say the truth.
Because we can unite on the basis of removing Ruto. But we are removing Ruto is but a symptom. Then what? For the same things to continue. Is that what you want? More conmen. Is that what you want?
Because I think regional balance. Natembea tulete Waluya, Matiang'i tulete Wakisii, Rigiji and Matakaro tulete Wakikuyu.
So how it works is this.
Yes, sir.
Every election has a question. What is the question of this election? What is the issue? What are you and I suffering? Maybe you are not. But what are people suffering?
No, you and I might be generally want an economic.
Why am I one term? Why would I be one term?
Why you want?
Not because I don't like William personally or something.
You said you can't listen to him.
Yeah, because he's a liar.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, and a perpetual, habitual, pathological liar. So why would you take anything that he tells you? Do you listen to habitual, perpetual, pathological liars? Do you?
I don't listen to my ex.
Okay, there you go. You have described that then. Okay, that's the problem. How can you still listen to this man? Right? Mm-hmm. Now, I am saying that we have a problem. When I go around, people tell me the biggest problem they have is not tribalism.
No, it's not.
We are not at war with each other.
Kenyans are not.
We have peace. We have
Kenyans are
peace.
not. Yes, we do actually.
It's not religion.
Ironically.
Is it religion?
Mm-mm.
Is it terrorism?
Mm-mm.
Is it insecurity?
No. Well, a little bit of Nairobi, but no.
But why is it? Why is there insecurity?
Lack of money.
Right. That's what I hear everyone saying. Lack of
money.
Right. So if you're not hearing the answer to your lack of money, then you're entering the same problem. The same problem.
But wakikuita mkae pamoja muangalie.
No.
Now if you receive a phone call.
I will tell you, no. I had received a call. Do you see me there? No. Why? Because we are not talking about wananchi. We're busy talking about ourselves. Yeah, I want us to unite on the issues of the people. And the issues of the people are beyond one term. One term is a reality. He was cancelled last year by Gen Z. It is now a question of what happens after that. What are Kenyans expecting after that? Even Ruto attempted by saying, after Hasla and Aingia, I'm going to give you bottom up, and then you can explain what bottom up was. What are Kenyans expecting in a new government? Because I can tell you, Daktari, if it's the same thing that continues, now people will say, forget about elections, forget about these systems, let's just have a war here. And we cannot, yes. Because, my friend, the problems are very deep. I talk to a lot of people, I've been a lot of places. All right? People are depressed. There are so many mental cases because of this thing called the economy. Young people are coming out and there's no hope. The economic promise was stolen a long time ago. We have major issues here. And most of it caused because of lack of money. People are dying of the smallest things just because of lack of money. Smallest ailments. My friend, no. So we have 60 million people. All right? If one is not focused on true and absolute economic revolution for them and change for them, there's nothing here. Somebody can sit tomorrow under that united thing you're talking about. 3 months, you'll be on the streets yourself, Doctor. You 3 months. When you go to the ballot, I advise Kenyans, and I really advise Kenyans because today they have started the exercise of registration to really take quotas. Last time I know 4 million Kenyans did not take votes. And you must imagine 7 million, 8 million almost did not vote. All right? We would love to see a register of about 30 million Kenyans. And we hope this time we have 75, 80, 90% turnout. All right? When you go to that ballot, you're putting an X to somebody who's answering the question.
To your why.
To your why. To your life. Beyond that election. One term is just that election. Then what? Must answer beyond. This thing of unity, Daktari, before you go on, this thing of unity, people must understand also, the Constitution is also fairly clear about unity. All right? It says you go out there. If somebody does not attain 50 plus 1, the top 2 go to the next election. It is called runoff. So the Constitution unifies us anyway. Why are we afraid of a runoff? If that's what it takes. We are going to be unified, one way or another. But let us be unified about issues that are affecting us in this election. And we know the issue. If that answer is not on that ballot, don't vote. Wachana nayo. If it is, vote correctly.
Okay. And thank you for the subscribers who have subscribed. Tumefika 2100. So kama hujakanyanga, endelea kukanyanga. Mimi sina shida. I have now returned back to normal. So Bwana Mbudi, as you claim that mimi ni mtu ya tutam, let me ask you a question. Bwana Wanjigi is saying he doesn't want to unite as individuals. He wants to unite on issues. is one-term movement, not on issues. Because is one-term movement all about removing Ruto? And where is one-term and issues interacting? Where is the whole idea interacting on these issues so that we can start drawing people like Akina Wanjigi to our yoke? Bonambudi.
I'm glad you finally said you have returned to normal. I'm glad finally we have our Njiru back. And probably it's because I don't know if jamani colleague. Nakumbuka wakati Dismas Barasa alikuwa anapigwa na akina Simbarati Nairobi, asema we are colleagues. So Dr. Ofweke is your colleague. So I don't know kama anakuanga ukweli daktari ama hiyo tu ni jina tu anatumia daktari.
Yeah, and for your information, by the way, Bwana Budi, Dr. Ofweneke was my student in Moya Boys. He was my student in nilimfunza hesabu.
So, but is he?
No, he's not. He's a very young boy. I taught him in 2006, 2007 when I was a high
So
school.
ile kitu mko nayo common ni kutumia trust.
Wewe bwana, hiyo vitu bado huko kwa hiyo vitu bwana. Hey, so let's go serious on this issue. You're back to the Njiru, I know. Njiru, let me tell you, a couple of years ago, we were listening to Jeff Koinange having a very good conversation with Tony Gashoka. And in the middle of that conversation, it was cut short, and they were threatened. To make the threats clear, the next day they were hauled to courts, and Jeff Koinange, for the first time in his life, he couldn't believe that he slept in jail. And the only mistake the two had done was to speak about Jimmy Wanjigi and how Jimmy Wanjigi, he's two-faced. He's not the person we know. And Tony Gashoka had explicit information of how this guy had single-handedly robbed Kenya during the entire time of Kibaki administration. And good to his threats, they had made sure they had frustrated Martha Karua to the core. And she resigned because part of the thing was the judicial reformation they did not like because what they were doing. Eventually, Jimmy Wanjigi excuse me, Jimmy Wanjigi got a gag from the courts that nobody should ever talk about his business deals in the media. And until today, nobody is capable of doing that. He blocked us from talking about his issues during Kibaki administration. That's why this guy walks, talks, and does everything he does without accountability and questionability. So when you bring him here, I have heard people tell us about sijui ametuambia nini, sijui amesema nini, sijui ameleta papers, sijui ametuambia nini. This is a guy who can't allow accountability on how he became one of the most single, bankrollers of campaigns in the history of Kenya. He single-handedly bankrolled Baba campaigns. He single-handedly campaigned against the new draft constitution because he was part and parcel of the regime that did not want Chungwa to win. So whenever I hear this man speak, I don't know what credibility he has. And it's not about criticism because he can't allow himself to be questioned. Why will he keep on lecturing us? And he's economical with information he does give. And the Thielfeld
criticism that you can almost see towards Gachagua is because what I can call political jealousy. Even me, I didn't know that one time Gachagua could turn around and become a supremo within the mountain. You know, when he went to pray, mpaka yeye mwenyewe aliendanga mlima, but nani Muturi pia alienda na watu wengine. But the last person we expect to control the mountain was who? Gachagua. But now that Gachagua, including Moses Kuria, said the other day that, you know, to watch kudanganyana, that Gachagua is now the kingpin, you will expect such kind of people to come out and say many things. I don't believe that he doesn't know Gachagua at all. He knows you. So he's building credibility that does not hold water to us. But deep inside, all these people know each other. When Raila died, everybody is giving a story that nobody wanted to give when he was alive. I don't know if you are realizing that. Everybody, including Sudi, naona leo Gor Mahia wamepeana, watu wengine wamejiita Arsenal, wengine nini. But Baba was very good in terms of how he did his things. Ukikufa kama wewe ni rafiki yako, he will come and say, huyu tulijuana hivi, huyu ni rafiki yangu, huyu ni nini. And he was accountable, could be criticized. But the person called Jimmy Wanjigi, trust him at your own risk. This is a person who wants to come back and control Kenya the way he controlled during the Kibaki administration. It is through his companies, surrogates, whereby people like Murungaru, people like this Meru guy who was the Minister for Finance, that polite guy, people like Kimunya, people like Kiraitu. He used these people to get where he is. If you look at how filthy wealthy this guy is not just rich, he's wealthy. I was looking at the apartments that he has in Dubai, so on and so forth. And it's not wrong not to have. But if you are an entrepreneur, and he does agree that one of the reasons he disagreed with Uhuru seriously, and why even allowed Raila and Uhuru to actually choose his government in his basement, was because of the SGR thing. You know, he's spoken about SGR a lot because he was going to be the most single beneficiary of SGR. You know, people reveal who they are unintentionally, but Jimmy Wanjigi is a man that has revealed who he is over and over, but he cannot be questioned because there's a gang order in the media that he cannot be discussed, unfortunately. So me and you can talk about him here, but in the mainstream media, if you are a person that can advise the whole country, you know, we spoke here the other day, Mr. Njiro, that Baba is one of the single most individual in the history of Kenya that did not sue. Among the people who are top, who the media says anything they want, that did not sue the media even one day. Hata Martha Karua ambayo tunapenda, we know very well, alisuu Nyambane na Caroline Mutoko akapewa 20 million. You know that. But this guy cannot be allowed to be what? To be criticized. So Njiro, why would you put this person here so that we can do what? Talk about him. And all these statements he says, but we cannot interrogate him and his entrepreneurship during the Kibaki era. So I don't like Jimmy Wanjigi. I don't want him near me. Let him keep on putting his gag orders because there's something he's hiding.
Okay, good. Sawa. I want to bring another thing which is trending in Kenya, and you comment about it because it has been criticized in equal measure. It happened yesterday. Na ndio hii nitaweka
degrees. And if this is 70, what is this angle? Is 180 minus 70, which is 110 degrees. Angles in a straight line add up to 180 degrees. Now, this is the angle that we want, angle T. Then we have a triangle here. So, angle 35 degrees plus 110 degrees plus angle T equals to 180 degrees. Angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees. So, T equals to 180 minus 35 plus 110 is 145 degrees. So angle T degrees, which is equals to angle STQ, equals to 180 minus 45 degrees is 35 degrees. That's it.
So, Bonabudi, the MCA wa Milimani, ama ni Kilimani, I don't know, in Nairobi, has said this man who is pretending to be teacher in chief in Kenya has never tabled a single motion in the parliament. And I think Mamito, the content creator, also criticized it and saying that Babu Owino is not being paid in parliament to do this. So, according to you, do you think Babu Owino is doing this one as part of crowd chasing, or he means it? And why are some people, being rattled by a second phase of teaching Kenyan students examinations?
First of all, let me thank God for Babu Owino. I disagree with him in many, many areas. Actually, I disagree with him more than half of, most of the things. But when it comes to what he does, he started during the COVID, and to the credit of Babu Owino, a lot of students will tell you that out of what we may think is cloud chasing, he was able to explain a few things a couple of years ago when he started doing during COVID, to the credit of many students who passed and said it was through these jokes whereby people are that they took interest because people are making the memes and so on and so forth. And more especially, I think that one was about Kuna Hesabu. He taught them during that time, and the two of them ended up coming, and he got credit for it too. It does not matter whether he's doing it for cloud chasing or not, but somehow, when it comes to education and credibility, I can say this is a man who has proved that he went to school and is a recipient of the education system of Kenya, which basically I adore. And I say, compared to many, many systems, unaweza shangaa mtu ambaye ako form 6 Tanzania na mtoto wetu ako form 2, you can't compare. And I'm not blowing things out of proportion. We know that to be true because we have experienced when sitting with some of our counterparts from Tanzania a couple of years ago. Now, for us who do not understand what is preparing for exams, for some kids who do not have qualified teachers, some of them are called interns, they are not paid very well, so they have to work their ass off to make sure that they live good. So most of the time they don't give 100%. So these lessons have been critical and valuable to some students, not all of them. And the little he has done, I think we ought to congratulate him. Education is an equalizer. We are here, me and you, and other participants here, because obviously somebody taught us to read and write. And education is the only profession, and Njiru, you are a teacher, it's a noble profession whereby you don't get jealousy that your students, obviously, that you're teaching, one day they will become better than you. If you know that the most important teacher in your kindergarten, and he ends up teaching people become doctors, scientists, lawyers, so on and so forth, and they still are cheerleaders of those people, and they don't pretend about it, And Babu Wino, among our parliament, or the history of our parliament, I think has taken a different trajectory that is very uncommon. So I think on a special way, I wouldn't bring politics here. I think he does teach maths very well. I think I listened to it for about 35 minutes. I did share it to my sister-in-law actually ako form 3. I shared and nikasema apewe tablet and she should, you know, listen to it. I did share it also for one of my daughters in Kamambia. You know, you do Chicago or Singapore, you know, this country, Nigeria, you know, that the curriculum is totally different. One of them is doing the Chicago's, you know, curriculum. One of them is doing Malaysian, Malaysian and Singapore. America has a very different types of education, more especially maths. So I told one of my daughters, can you watch and tell me what's the difference? He said, wow, you know, he's doing this maths. I don't even understand. He's getting the answer, but that's not the formula we have been taught how to get the answer. So, and it was interesting for her even to look at it. So whether we like Babu, you know, as a person or not, but I think his intelligence, I think, is on a different level. I don't think people like Sudi can come close to him. I don't know if even Caleb or Missy can do that. I don't know if even Sifuna himself can be able to teach us that way. But I think he has been able consistently for the last few years to be part and parcel of that, you know, online class that comes. And there were people actually waiting for him to come. When I looked, I think this year, though, there were not so many people. I don't know if I was looking on a wrong YouTube.
25K
Today I
live.
only saw, yeah, so I saw very few people, and I was like, what is going on? Is it his political activities that are affected this year? I hope people are going not just to watch small clips like these or the ones like Mamito and other people are putting on. They should just go to YouTube and watch the whole thing if they are interested in it. But you know, Kenya being Kenyans, you know, even students, you know.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Do you think, like, because you know KCSE, I hope he was doing it for KCSE. KCSE has made a subject. Instead of people criticizing him, don't you think, like, if he has assisted more and maybe other people come on board and they collaborate, actually, whatever he is doing, because it's very good, it can even be advanced to other subjects. Like we can, like it can become like a whole framework. You are not doing mathematics alone. There is mathematics, there is physics, there is chemistry, there is English, there is Kiswahili. Don't you think it can also be a platform where it is something like which can, because like I remember during our time, we also used to have these revisions za mtihani, but zilikuwa zinaletwa kwa gazeti. I don't know, maybe you could be of the earlier generation, but sijui kama unakumbuka when the examination used to be near, there used to be these newspapers which used to like to bring.
Yeah, I remember that.
Some questions which like some questions which look similar to what appears, and some schools and some parents who had more capacity to buy those newspapers, ulikuwanga unakuta like wananunua hizo newspaper ili
Oh, I
watoto
remember. I
So
remember that very well.
there is usually that quest of a student wanting to learn examination information from wherever it comes from, and that's why I'm trying to say, Babu Owino, dissemination of this information is very vital. So what I'm trying to say is that, don't you think like even some institutions should come on board and they try like to make like what Babu Owino is doing a more serious thing, which is more enriched, because there could be a student who is not benefiting in him in mathematics because that student is good in mathematics, but that student could be weak in Kiswahili or in English, like somebody like me. That time when I was in school, maybe Babu Owino could not benefit me, but if there was somebody who could actually guide me in Kiswahili and English, I could have actually even scored well. Don't you think it is something actually which somebody who is serious should look at it, and actually they see how, because it is something which looks it can get market in Kenya, and we now have like it can be done like for a whole week, where now they cut across all subjects instead of only focusing with the mathematics, because I don't think school is only mathematics. We also have other subjects, because that is also some of the weaknesses I'm seeing in it. Yes, as a person, as one person, mathematics is too much for him, but I feel it needs to go to other subjects as well. so that now it
You,
becomes
you know, he's just a trailblazer. And I think it came out of the interaction that the politician wanted. Remember the COVID era, even going to church was prohibited, going to bar was prohibited. People were basically quarantined in their own homes, even if it was not in another place. They were quarantined in their own way. But the media, which was social media, was used in terms of what? So the benefit that we did not have, especially in the Canaan society, was the way the education system was built is that the teachers were doing too much, that to the point that now we were with our children in the house. Most of people did not know what to do with their children. Most parents did not know. So Babu Owino stepped in for the parents at that particular time. And after he stepped in, I think the next year, he didn't want to do it, but I think Kanda, the people who had looked upon him in the previous year, asked him to do it. Now it has become a tradition for him to do that. I think it's a good time for now leadership or leaders to come on and say there are different way of inspiring and spurring a generation. For politically, when we are looking at it, you know, we may not see the effect of it. A generation will come, you know, that was a beneficiary of Babu Owino. When they will tell the story, that is when we will look back and say, oh, is that so? And I think that is when most of the leadership will start and looking back and say, I wasted my knowledge. I just went to the rallies. I only went ABCD. I never used the knowledge to inspire a generation. Babu, you know, what he has done should also inspire leadership to understand. I'll give you an example. That's a personal example. When we were in primary school, Njiru, I think you're a little bit younger than me. Business education, tulikuwa tunaanza class 6. Okay? So when we started business education, I was like, why do we start it at class 6? I don't like it. You know, this is not good. And I rebelled against it, you know, and I think for class 6, you know, my position went down because I gave it a cold shoulder. So when I came in, my father had gone out of the country for some duties, the government duties. So my uncle came to pick me from school and he realized I had dropped in class. So I went to his house, and what he basically did, he told me, this thing is easy, business. Do you know what is business? Akaeka pesa kando, alafu akaleta mtu akamwambia, so this person is coming to buy this from you. So what does it mean? He gives you money, you give him this. So what is that? That is called business. Then he started explaining to me. Large and buy, he brought the issue of trade, aids to trade, ABCD, and out of there, I decided I will do economics in my future life because of one individual who sat down and said, this is petty. Hii ni rahisi kama mavi. I remember that's what he said. And I'll never forget. I'm like, okay, mavi ni rahisi. But what he said was, this is very, very simple. Okay. And he inspired me to go to the route I went to date. Now, what we forget is this: rallies do not inspire people. There are specific incidents where personal, you know, interactions meet and you inspire a generation. As wicked or as good as Babu Owino may be, the future will tell many leaders that they squandered their opportunity. This single most moment of Babu Owino is going to create statisticians, is going to create physicists, is going to create actuarial scientists because he inspired them. I wish other leaders could follow suit. Instead of going prize giving and also only to give bursaries, go to the class and teach something, Jiru. You can go back to your community and just go to class, maybe class 8 or class, the system has changed now. I'm even confused. I was hearing in class 7 inafanya national exam and then class 9. I don't even know which is one is which, but you can go the one that needs you most. Why is it so? Because you can tell people your story and where you were at their age and how education became an equalizer. And that single story will inspire you. Mutula Kilonzo is a classic example. Go read his story. Wakati walinyang'anywa shamba yao na baba yao alikuwa amekufa. They went before the judge, and then the judge said, hii shamba hawatapewa. So he asked, who is this that is saying hii shamba sio yetu na shamba ni yetu? He is the judge. What power does he have? Ati ni hii. So you go to school and you have the power to become this. Then he's decided, akasema, you know what? I also need this power. And that is how he went to the law profession. So you see how, if we take politics out of it, you see how we can inspire our own community, our own children, or our whole generation. So on this, I give it to Babu Owino. Whether I like him or not, hata mlete kitu ya DJ Evolved, I will not listen. On this, I think Babu Owino has become one of the single most effective politician who has encouraged students that you can do it, and he has shown them how to do it. If there is anything, I think Babu Owino should be given inaitwaje, sio ile posthumous. Ulisema inaitwaje hiyo mtu akishakufa, Njiru? Asipewe hiyo, apewe hii ya mapema. Hii ya mapema inaitwaje?
Sasa kuna nini posthumous ni ile after umekufa. Then
Yes,
sasa
apewe posthumous.
apewe prehumous.
Prehumous while he lives, because I think he has done something that is more noble than any other part. I don't know if somebody has done it, maybe not openly, but I think for him, I think it's recorded, and that's the reason I say he should. But that should not be used now because he has done this, so he should be the governor of Nairobi. No, let's not politicize now education again. I think we should not use it. If somebody will like it and give him because he did this, well and good, but let him not use it as a means to become a governor.
And I hope he is also not doing it as a visibility thing. I hope he is doing it as a normal wish. Although in life we do some things also to benefit from them in the future. Okay, wacha nikuoneshe kitu ingine from and you also react on it, Bwana Mbudi, and you tell me. I have recounted some of the things nimesema. Now that some people are claiming they have even brought serious.
Are you frustrated with safe harbor requirements, overwhelmed by K1 forms, confused about quarterly estimates?
Fuller Professor Fred Ogola is my guest tonight as we discuss his ambition and his plan for the nation. And Prof, we come to you, lots of complaints across Africa, sometimes them saying that the bigger brothers have really not had good intentions in seeing us grow and, seeing a united Africa, seeing an Africa that can tap into the resources and become better. And that we see our leaders getting excited for that endorsement, be it in academic forums or be it, in political spaces, that when you're invited to go, and address this particular spaces, and that would mean addressing the entire global fraternity, there's a level of excitement that you have gotten that acceptance and endorsement. Yet again, the general feel is that our leaders are really literally selling us to the West to continue being, demeaned and not even helped in a manner that we would expect. What is the significance of all this endorsement that you speak of highly? And how do you convince the people of Kenya that this is not another president who's going to be a puppet of the West?
Yeah, Linda, it's interesting that the best way to understand something, to change it, is to conform by it. When Jesus was born, he was born to a Judaism family. He even performed the Judaism rituals. Then from there, he transformed them from Judaism to Christianity. You can never change what you don't understand. Fortunately, I was an economist with the West, understood the West, and understood what they do against Africa. And that's why when I lived there, I wrote a book called Solomonic Economics. Solomonic Economics simply tells you that we have the West economic model, we have the East economic model, but I take Solomonic economic model, meaning it is a complete direction different from what the East is doing, like you hear the right, China, Singapore, and the rest. And this side we have the West, which Europe, the US, Canada, and the rest. Why am I trying to say so? With the current economic models, they could not be able to solve the global financial crisis and look for someone from Kenya to help sort it out. And currently, the global financial architecture, which was designed, imagine, Linda, before any African country was actually independent, was developed by the West. It was developed in their own interest and favor.
Yeah.
Now, Fred Ogola comes and tells them, we have to break away from the West. And let me give one example. There's a G20 meeting taking place in South Africa. I was called upon to write a piece for Africa. And I said, Africa needs to have debt cancellation of the African debts. What was my position? 75 cents out of a shilling is being spent on paying debt. It is taking away from social investment. What are social investment? Education, healthcare, food security, and social protection. So I've written that World Bank, IMF, and those people should cancel this debt to allow Africans invest money in these areas. And the justification is, where do the West get this money to give us? Imagine World Bank, IMF is lending you money and they produce nothing. Africa, for example, Kenya, the surface area of Kenya is 575,000 kilometer square. What is the kilometer square of World Bank's land? Nothing. How can we have this land and we lend money? And that's why I'm giving a talk, Linda. I'm not giving a talk about the West. My talk is how Africa can move from third world to first world by the time Africa is 100 years. And
but Prof, I want to cut you short.
Yes.
And perhaps picking it up from your argument where you speak of, a possibility of the Bretton Woods institutions, cancelling some of the debt that they have for Africa. Just how realistic is that? Because Kenyans are looking forward to solutions that are realistic and are possible. I remember the current premier or the current chief cabinet secretary speaking of a scenario where he says you cannot afford to be in bad books with the Bretton Woods institutions. I mean, is it not a scenario where we are taking ourselves there? And just how are the possibilities of us reviving the economy in such a state?
Yeah, Linda, as an economist, I wrote an economically sound proposal because there are three ways to do this. They can cancel, because if you ask yourself, if IMF and World Bank cancels the Kenyan debt, what happens to them? Really nothing.
Haven't you heard? I'm the Wicked Witch of the West.
Because what is happening is, where do they get this money they lend? It's the Africans who take money, keep abroad, then they use that money to lend to us, then we pay back with interest. And if that argument is true, they'll cancel it. They so-called debt swap for development. Because they continue giving you money and you're repaying back, why don't they swap this for you to put money in education, healthcare, food security, and the rest? So these are economically sound arguments. The other one is debt relief, which even as I speak, it has been structured by the institution from my proposal. Kenya can benefit from it. That's why I was in Juba. That's why I was in Kigali. Kenya can benefit now. They are realistic proposals. But my economic model is not just about debt cancellation. Economic model called Evolve, E is economic turnaround. To turn around all sectors of the economy which were working and not working before. For example, coffee, tea, sugar, textile, all that should be turned around. V, value addition. We are exporting 80% of our materials we are exporting is 82% of what we export is raw materials. Can we do value addition? Can we make
Sawa Budi, you can react to that as you go. Uniachie video peke yangu nikiona, najua video imekuboka.
No, I need to go. Najua leo ni Sunday, tumekaa hapa sana.
Yeah,
So
hata mimi nahitaji
we need
kwenda.
to be productive. We need to be productive. We just can't talk politics the whole day, my friend. Unaelewa? So we need to be productive in other areas.
Tunafunga. That's okay.
Yeah. So I think I totally disagree with him. And if that is what he goes and does with the governments that need debt relief and cancellation, I think that will never happen. I think what we need to do is what Sankara did, what Magufuli did, and what Traore has done, and we've come to know it's doable. If you saw what Sankara did. Sankara paid off the debts. Nalo, totally paid off. And that country did not owe anybody anything. And it was on the record being on good books. One of the reasons Magufuli died prematurely is to make sure that he did not borrow any money and he paid all the debts. And they were raising money through other means, and actually they self-funded their own SGR, which has been destroyed by Mama wa Taifa. Yeah. Traore and also the Sahel region, as you see, they've been able to totally pay off all their debts. So that nobody can say that we are going to receive favors, because what you call debt cancellation or debt relief comes with consequences. Do you hear me, Jiro? That's the problem with that. So if you want debt relief, so that is why we say, okay, if you're going to give you debt relief, then you're going to store all your gold in England. Why should you store our gold in England? Who says that they have a safer storage? You know, and who came up with that? Secondly, what you call debt cancellation comes with another contract that are hidden again. They are subtle. So the best thing on the books is to pay off. Once you pay off, you tell them, okay, we have no ties with you. If you want to cancel the visas, cancel. If you want to do anything, carry your things and go. We don't need direct foreign investment. We don't need any direct foreign investments from you people or anything. So what do you give them? You give them the middle finger and tell them you can go or you can remain. But if you remain on our conditions. And those are the conditions that now does what? Spur economic growth.
Okay,
so you are able to negotiate the corporate tax, you are able to negotiate visa, you are able to negotiate on trade and tariffs, and that's how the world works now, okay, on trade and tariffs. The problem, when you owe people money, they have a bigger say on you. But when you pay them and say, okay, this amount we had, yes. For instance, a couple of years ago, when Kibaki came to power, our debt was less than 1 billion, my friend, 1 trillion. And today we are talking about 14 to 20 trillion. How did we get in less than, 20 years to there? It's because somebody is giving us money that we don't need, and that money is ending up again in their pockets, as Ogola said, and again, it's given back to us as what? Then. So the only way is pay off. After you pay off, you don't allow your money to go out of the country. That is the first embargo you put. Nobody should have money out. People like Chris Okemo and the former Kenya Power Lightning Company guy, Chris Gishuru ama alikuwa anaitwa nani? Those two people had almost 2/3 of Kenyan money outside Kenya, and that money was never brought back. So you can understand how much money is out of the country. So I disagree to what he says, and the reason I disagree with it is because what is called debt relief and debt cancellation is never relief and it's never cancellation.
Okay. Okay, so Bonambudi, thank you for that. Do you want to finish your excursion, or Ogora should continue for a little bit? I know we are ending. Hata mimi sitaki kukaa hapa. I don't want to irritate you more. I think the irritation of today are enough. So would you give your final statement, alafu Ogora amalize speech yake, alafu mimi nifunge? But I can allow you to leave at no ado.
Yeah, what I can say, sorry, what I can say is I was looking at Kenya post Raila, my friend. I'm wondering where we are starting and where we are heading. I think we are pontifying Raila in his death, which we should have done during his life. And if we are not careful, we either will be sold while we are looking, or we truly are going to liberate ourselves by force. We have two choices. I think Raila had a bigger impact in politics more than I really thought as a person. I knew, of course, he was Baba, but I never knew that he was literally carrying the politics of the politics of Kenya in his shoulders or in his hands. And you can see the government is panicking, institutions are panicking, everybody, like Bondo has become, a central place, and everybody's looking. Everybody who has not gone to Bondo, it has become like an Israel. It's the epoch here to Sasa, or presidents going to pray there before the election. But in all this, let us not put our faith in the politics of punctifying the dead. We must respect them and live by the ideals that they lived for. And let us not make this election coming the way they want to make it, that Baba said, Baba did not say, Baba left, Baba did not leave us. I think the politicians want to milk the death of Baba. And I think a lot of people in my region are now swaying towards that. Even the political gauge for the opposition has quailed, has gone down because they don't know where to start. People like Rigji are confused. But I think, for me, thinking very well of what has happened, and looking at Kalonzo's video over the years, I will tell you, we have no any other candidate than Kalonzo. Whether you agree with me or not, time will tell. This is the only credible person who stood with Baba and who sat in the shadow of Baba, and he was overshadowed. But the only person now, I think, if we can coalesce around him, I think we can defeat Ruto as early as possible. That is my argument. But if we don't build from that and we let Baba become the talking point until 2027, there will be a lot of confusion. And in that confusion, Ruto is going to steal the election. I think we need to rise beyond Baba's death and decide that we are behind. And we must logically support 1 minute.
Okay, so Budi, let me have this video finish. And
let me finish. Let me finish on that.
Okay.
So what I was saying is, we must find that candidate who actually, if you remember the last time Kalonzo endorsed, it was in Jacaranda, and you need to play that video over and over so that people can remember that, so that people may not think we are supporting Kalonzo for no reason. He said, for the third time, without roho mbaya, roho yangu inafunguka, I am supporting Baba again. And he gave the reasons. Even you saw the pressure this guy had without making a decision for a very long time. Not because his people will not vote for him. Because at that particular time, he reached a point and said, Kenya is bigger and better than or the support that I have. Now, we are not giving back to Kalonzo because he supported Baba. But Kalonzo has been on the journey of us being stolen together, and yet he knew it will happen, but he was on the right, trajectory with Kenyans. We are not going to bring new people like Matiang'i just because they performed under circumstances that favored them. Kalonzo was never in a regime that could favor him to perform the same way. Matiang'i was in a regime that favored him to perform way back. So they are not to be, categorized on the same way. So if we are not careful, the death of Baba will be used by Ruto and Oburu and other politicians
to deny us the ideals of a better Kenya. But if we use it well, we will look and say, who will better carry these ideals? And I think Oburu exonerated himself that nobody told Raila to take over after ABCD. Raila came in and filled the shoes. And we tell Oburu, thank you for saying that. You are not filling Raila's shoes. No, it is the ideals that he stood for. If Kalonzo can stand up for those ideals, that would be good. And I'm proposing him because I believe he's the only one who can better stand for those ideals than any other political principle or whoever is right now. So my fear is the other side, Yakina Francis, is taking us syllabus haraka sana. And I think we are being left behind. So it's a high time we must, accelerate that speed pedal so that we are not left behind. Thank you.
Bwana Budi, sijui kama umeona hiyo comment ya Teresi ya Ngwadai hapo. She claims Kalonzo is too old according to her. So I don't know what old is old. Is he aware that even the West is even electing people in their 80s? So I don't know, that issue of age, it was also used on Raila Odinga in 2022, where some circles of Ruto are claiming that he is too old in Mzee. So what is old is old. Nikiuliza hiyo swali, uzee ni wapi?
Mahatia Mohamed alikuwa miaka ngapi when they called him? 90 years old. Mahatia Mohamed, Malaysia.
Yeah, so she thinks Kalonzo at 75 years too old. Wow. Sikujua na venye watu siku hizi wanafikisha miaka 75 so quickly. Tracy Ngwadai, are you aware that hii miaka 75 watu wanafika haraka sana? Before you realize you are 70. Hata kama I think, I don't know, but does he have energy? Hiyo ndio swali tunafaa kujiuliza. Does he have anyway, Raila was old. You saw he was not able to walk. Wow. I think people age differently. Even in America, Donald Trump and is the same age with Raila. They were both born in 1945. And naona life is treating them differently. I think people age differently.
There are people who are ageist. Ageism is not something that I'll subscribe to right now. Even if whoever president that will come is going to be a transitional president. It's not going to be, it's a president that come to be transitional so that we can put the country back. If we start putting the ageism narrative in there, I think we are there for a rude shock. So who is not old? Somebody can be as young as Morara, but is old in age. Casimiro just proved he's older than himself. Morara just proved he's too old than himself. But Raila used to reinvent himself with a new smile and a new style and new smile every time. So this issue of looking at that number called the age is nonsensical to me. What we are looking at, who is capable of taking us up to where we put ourselves, okay? And the political, toxicity and polarity that we are seeing right now being created. Okay, some people owning Raila's death and telling Rigji don't come here, using it as a tribal card. Njiru, there are things we are fearing to say here because if we brought them up, I think inakuwa even harder for us to hear. Unaelewa? Why would somebody stand up and say tutaki kuona Rigji hapa? It's basically say tutaki Wakikuyu hapa. Because the person is speaking based on some narrative that does not make any sense. Now frustration kuwa Rigiji supposed to go there today, tuone kama atakubaliwa, kama ataenda, Kikuyu elders finally came, but they were received. Not friends of Raila, Kikuyu elders. And if we are not careful, that is what is going to be used by politicians like Wanga, like Oburu, like others, like Sudi, you have seen using that. to think that we are fools. So the issue of age is what we need to put on the side and understand that we need to get ourselves out of this. After that, then we start. Countries like Malaysia, when they had a crisis, Alexander anaitwa nani? He was jailed by Mahathir Mohamad for sodomy for many years. But because the president or the prime minister that came in was so toxic and the country was revamping itself to even worse than pre-colonial, what did they do? Force came together and removed the regime. And they agreed this man was 90 years old when he was elected as the prime minister, that he will only stay there 2-3 years and leave it for Mahathir Mohamad Alexander to continue, who is still there until today. Because there was an agreement that what we have is worse, but if these two come together and they will take us out is better. And after the 90-year-old stays for 2 years, the other 57 or 60 will take over. And that agreement still stands until today. And the guy resigned, the other one took over because they understood the problem they were in. Now, today, Malaysia stands better than it was from the former prime minister, actually, who was later on jailed because of the corruptions deals that he had. What are we saying? If we are not going to look at our problem, we start looking at the age. I think that's a discussion that we have had for years and years that did not help us. So the question is, are we going to look at the age or we are going to look at the problem we are having? So we have a younger president. Why is he not performing well? Because he's young. Can you ask that woman that? He is young. Why is he not performing well?
Yeah, so the problem in Africa do not tell us about their health, e.g. diabetes, slows people's mind, giving them early dementia. Kama yule wa Madagascar was in his early 40s. Anyway, I think aging people age differently. Yeah, there are people who, even in their 90s, they look like, wacha nisiseme hiyo. Nikisema hiyo, Budi atasema niko delusional. I remember one of the medic who said that he is the most healthiest man alive. Were it not that he fed himself bad things early in his life, he could have lived to be 200 years. So, but Abudi, don't take that one. So, what I'm trying to say,
you know, if we are going to look for people who are healthy, in fact, then I think nobody can be a president in that country. Who is 100% healthy?
I think Teresia Guadai is saying by the fact that you are old or you are in your older part, she thinks that you are much more vulnerable to diseases and maybe to slow down.
So if you have diabetes, is it wrong to be a president?
I don't think.
I mean, let's not be petty, and we are not dismissing her. But you know, there are a lot of people who believe that. You know, diabetes is not a viral disease. It's not even a bacterial disease. It's a lifestyle disease, my sister.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I don't understand swali. So if you have HIV, should you be a president?
What's wrong? HIV ni kama homa nowadays. In fact, you should fear some things kuliko hata HIV nowadays. HIV ni kama homa.
So in other words,
Magic Johnson alipata HIV mwaka mgani? Watu wakalia. This guy has overlived the healthiest people in the world. Look at Bill Clinton. He doesn't have, but he's so frail. Look at Magic Johnson. Jamaa ako na stamina bwana. Hata shingo yake haiwezi fikia mkono yake.
Na ako na hiyo kitu.
He's come out openly. I mean, during the NBA, when we used to watch NBA in Kenya on Sundays, I mean, the guy came out when it was feared. You can't even sit next to somebody with HIV, my friend.
Umemwita is it the famous Michael Jordan?
Magic Johnson,
Oh,
not Michael Jordan. Yeah. Guys live with this shit for like 50 years, my friend, 40 years.
Na pengine anazaazaa tu hadi saa hii.
Sasa wacha hata tusiende mbali, allegedly. Si Eugene Wamalwa alituambia jamaa mwingine anaendanga kila mwezi anaenda kuoshwa damu. Just last election. Sio mimi, ni Eugene Wamalwa alisema, na huyo jamaa pia akaambia Eugene Wamalwa, mimi sio kama wewe ni mwanamke.
na ni viongozi in their own nature.
Si walituambia vitu wanafanya. Mimi si kujua Eugene mwanamke. Mpaka hiyo siku ndio nilikuja kujua. If you know, you know. Na mwingine akaambiwa anaendanga nje kuosha damu. It is. They said in a podium. So huyu jamaa si ni tuta.
Do you know how many Gen Zs have HIV? Your heart, kidneys, mind, circulation are all affected by diabetes. So Teresia ni kama ana argue diabetes, kama uko na diabetes mambo mingi uache. Your heart, kidneys, mind, circulation are all affected. Na hii diabetes ni mbaya aje?
Diabetes is not something you should worry about. It doesn't affect your ability to think, my friend.
Already in 2 minutes.
Okay. Malizia tufunge sasa, because naona sasa ni kama kama Kalonzo sio qualified na venye naona akirukaruka huko nje. Sasa I've started. Aya, Teresia, sasa tuzalie wa kuchagua sasa. Tulete. Inalaitu. Inakaa Teresia, kuleteza Teresia ziko juu sana. So Teresia, I want you to know, to tell me, like, if somebody claims openly they have HIV, could you elect them for presidency? Ni swali tu nakuuliza, like, mtu aseme niko na HIV ama aseme niko na cancer stage 4.
Do you know how many leaders, our leaders wako na HIV? You know, that's not a subject. And you know, health is so personal and we shouldn't even bring it as much. People execute their mandate even when they are sick. Unaelewa? So Kibaki was literally insane in office. I mean, there are sometimes Kibaki angesema vitu watu wanacheka, mimi sielewi watu wanacheka nini. So, but still rule that country. His mind was sane. He could sit down and write, but in terms of speech, he was not as coherent as he used to be before. You know that very well. He used to be very eloquent. But his capability to execute did not die. The fact that he was incoherent in speech. Sometimes we could not even understand what he was saying. But in terms of administration, he did it. So let us not bring petty things that will only derail us to an argument that does not hold water. Honestly, that's a very petty argument.
Haya. So Teresia, they need to tell us how they got. Na Teresia ko particular. So msee atakuja kukuambia alipata ukimwi aje surely, and we know there is only one process of getting ukimwi. Teresia yawa. Hebu niweke. So they need to tell us how they got it. Teresia ni kama anasema ukikuwa na ukimwi usikuje kuniomba kura. Teresia is so serious. aseme vile atapata ati aseme vile alipata hiyo manoti.
Unajua, hata nikwambie, when they came to stone the woman who had committed adultery, Christ took some saliva and he wrote down. And after finishing writing, everybody ran away. And Christ turned around and looked at the woman and said, "Go sin no more." When you are talking about people's health like that, carelessly thinking that you are healthy, be very careful, my friend. Be very careful. People don't become sick because they want. Health is something is beyond us. It's not like education and ignorance. You can be the healthiest person. I know a good friend of mine in Jiro, very good friend of mine who lost the wife out of lung cancer. None of their people were smoking, but she died of our lung cancer. So will you start saying, tell us how you got lung cancer? Jiro bana, funga hisho.
There is something nimetumiwa hapa, maybe for investigation. Breaking sad news. Kenyan human rights defenders and journalists who were recently abducted have been tormented and killed by Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, his son Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Kuna watu walikuwa wamekamatwa na walikuwa Uganda. I don't know how true it is. Maybe people should tell us if there was anyone who was captured and was in Uganda. Is like I'm hearing from people saying that those people have already.
Yeah, there are two Kenyans who actually, Nelson Harvey. Can you bring a clip where Nelson Harvey was saying when he tell Museveni to bring our two boys? Yeah, there were two Kenyans who were abducted in Tanzania, and we haven't seen them for weeks. When Jiro Funga show tomorrow, you can talk about that.
Yeah, ni sawa, wacha tufunge. Wacha watu waende wa relax. Inakaa ni kama mosquito imeingia kwa akili ya watu. Anyway, thank you. Please, out of the 55 people, if you have not given us the subscribe, nitaomba mutupee hiyo subscribe yenu kawaida. That is one of the greatest support you can give us. Yeah, other than watching us, you can subscribe us, you can like the video. What else? You can thank us. There are so many things you can participate. Sasa naona Ani na Adepas wanacheka. Kwani nikisema akili imeingia mosquito kuna shida? Occasionally akili ya binadamu inaingia mosquito. Ni kama hata inasemekana ati mwanzo wa show ni kama pia ati yangu ilikuwa imeingia mosquito. Anyway, we thank they were 4.5 solid hours. Ya muende mupikie mabwana, mpikie mabibi, mpikie watoto. Now go and do other activities sasa. Hamutakaa hapa tu peke yake. Go and prepare for the week start tomorrow. There is so much you can do. So muende sasa mufanye hizo kazi zingine sasa. Mufanye, go and do your human chores. No, your chores. We call them human chores. Go and now treat your hubby wherever you are. Enda sasa mshughulikie wazee yenu na mabibi zenyu sasa. Muache kusindikizia ati nasikiliza show ya Njiro pale. Hapana, tumewaachilia sasa. Endeni sasa mufanye hizo majukumu zingine. Yeah, till we meet again tomorrow. Glory, honor and adoration be to the Lord. Na mbarikiwe sana. So Ann, go and do your chores, your chores. Andepas, go and do your chores. Hiyo ndio nitawatuma mfanye. Caroline, go and do your chores. You know what you are supposed to do. Teresia Ngwadai, go and do your chores. You know what you are supposed to do now. Grace Nema, go and do your chores. Yeah, mnajua kile mnafaa kukuwa mkifanya saa hii. Anyways, sina la kusema. Tugonge subscribe, like us. Yeah. Chores. Yeah, go and do your chores. Bye. Tumemaliza.